this is an iHeart podcast. Guaranteed Human.
There's a fire inside you you can't ignore. Stand still? Not a chance. You're a lifelong learner who's come this far. Now, we're here to help you keep going further. Capella University. What can't you do? Visit capella.edu to learn more.
Support for the show comes from Public, the investing platform for those who take it seriously. On Public, you can build a multi-asset portfolio of stocks, bonds, options, crypto, and now generated assets, which allow you to turn any idea into an investable index with AI. It all starts with your prompt. From renewable energy companies with high free cash flow to semiconductor suppliers growing revenue over 20% year over year, you can literally type any prompt and put the AI to work. It screens thousands of stocks, builds a one-of-a-kind index, and lets you backtest it against the S&P 500. Then you can invest in a few clicks. Generated assets are like ETFs with infinite possibilities, completely customizable and based on your thesis, not someone else's. Go to public.com/podcast and earn an uncapped 1% bonus when you transfer your portfolio. That's public.com/podcast. Paid for by Public Investing. Brokerage services by Open to the Public Investing Inc. Member FINRA and SIPC. Advisory services by Public Advisors LLC, SEC registered advisor. Generated assets is an interactive analysis tool. Output is for informational purposes only and is not an investment recommendation or advice. Complete disclosures available at public.com/disclosures.
Kids, pets, life, your sofa sees it all. But with a washable sofa, stains don't stand a chance. All of our sofa collections come with fully machine washable covers and cushions, making cleanup effortless. Liquid and stain-resistant fabrics provide extra protection against everyday messes. Plus, with modular designs, you can rearrange your sofa however you like. Perfect for growing families and changing spaces. Starting at just $699, it's time to upgrade to a stress-free, mess-proof sofa. Visit washablesofas.com today and save. Offers are subject to change and certain restrictions may apply.
Hey everybody, Robert Evans here, and I wanted to let you know this is a compilation episode. So every episode of the week that just happened is here in one convenient and with somewhat less ads package for you to listen to in a long stretch if you want. If you've been listening to the episodes every day this week, there's going to be nothing new here for you, but you can make your own decisions.
Wonderful, good podcast. Introduction, always the worst part of a podcast. Maybe that could just be our intro. Hi, Mir. How are you? We're doing a podcast.
I've been... Fide, the chess world has decided that my chess powers are too strong, and I'm now being discriminated against. It's a good time. I'm very excited.
Yeah,
having a great time with my biological advantage at chess.
yeah, that's right. Well, you got to reach those chess pieces somehow, and it's all to do with your hip angle. It's what I've learned from trans investigators.
My wrists are too powerful. This allows me to write down my moves faster than my opponent, thus giving me an advantage on the clock. Yeah, I can also reach the clock faster. It's incredible stuff happening in the world of chess.
Mm-hmm. And not just chess, sadly, but in fact the TERFs have got their claws, I guess, into many sports, which is what we are talking about today. Specifically, I thought we could talk about how the TERFs ruin cycling. Because that is a thing they have been trying to do for some time. It's a thing I've written about before, and hopefully a thing I'll be able to write about again, unless the cycling press just kind of gives itself over to the TERFs, which doesn't seem to have done, to be fair. Generally, the cycling press, I think it's fair to say, has lacked an intersectional analysis of anything. But they've been better on this than I had expected, especially the outlets which are not run by white cishet dudes in Boulder, which, to be fair, is a minority. But yeah, strange that. Odd. How odd. But yeah. Shout out in particular to Outside for including a gear guide to the gear the cops used at the 2016 RNC, which could perhaps be included as the most tone-deaf article ever written. Yeah, incredibly fucking cringe. And then to leave it up in 2020 to not cover your tracks,
This is one of those. This is one of those when the workers take Boulder, no biker will go hungry moments. This is. Oh
yeah, Boulder, Colorado is a special place where bad things. I won't say bad things don't happen because they had an awful mass shooting, but social, intersectional analysis has not made it to Boulder, sadly. Great shame. But we're not talking about Boulder today. We're starting out with a little discussion of cyclocross. So Cyclocross. Are you familiar with cyclocross, Mia?
No.
Okay, so it's a fundamentally silly sport in which I've competed, of course. It's when competitors race skinny tire drop bar bikes on an off-road course. And the course has, yeah, I would please Google. Perhaps okay. I'm going to send you one cyclocross video. It is iconic. For people who are at home, the video is called "Is Joey Okay?" We can have Mia reacting live.
The first picture that I saw when I Googled this is two people not riding on two people carrying their bikes.
Yes. So this is a thing, right? What? You get really good at cycling, you train your entire life, and then in cyclocross there are parts where you have to get off. Unless you're very talented, you can hop the barriers. I've tried that with mixed success. Or you can ride the stairs, but you do have to be a bit of a boss. So there are barriers and challenges which you have to get off. It's called field riding in Dutch, which is about right. It's basically riding. Have you watched the video?
Holy shit!
Yeah. We'll include a link in the notes for everyone else. But did you watch it with the sound on?
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out how to describe this. Effectively, what has happened is this guy's like going at full speed. And then while the bike is still moving, he's attempting to get off the bike before he gets to this barrier. Mm-hmm. And he just goes, he does not get off in time. The bike's going too fast. And he's like sprawling, but in midair as he's flying off his bike over this barricade thing. Yeah. It is incredible.
Yeah. All the time people are shouting his name. That's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to dismount and just carry the speed. You can either swing your leg through or swing your leg to the outside and then carry the speed and jump and then hop back on. But it's a very strange sport, right? And a big part of cyclocross is heckling. So the crowd will heckle you, right? They'll do all kinds of things. Like often, like crowd hand ups are a big thing in cyclocross. So like I've been handed dollar bills, beer.
What is happening in this sport?
Oh yeah, it's very funny. The moment you're not competitive, you're just grabbing shit off the spectators. So like I remember racing in Las Vegas at night. There was a race in Las Vegas at night, and I ain't gonna win, right? And so I'm just grabbing dollar bills and shoving them down my speed suit.
What is happening?
People will hand you like drinks. I've had beer hand ups, donuts, bacon. One notable occasion, a cookie that was not just a normal cookie, which you should fucking disclose to someone before you give it to them. Yeah, that was a bad day. I also had a pretty rough traumatic brain injury that day.
Oh no!
Yeah, I'd already sustained a brain injury. Then I ate the cookie. I thought my blood sugar was low, so I was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna get that cookie, and it's gonna be great." It was not. It wasn't the blood sugar. It was affecting my cognition. So cyclocross is fun and silly, and heckling is part of it. But like heckling occurs within a certain bounds, right? Like you're not supposed to be mean. It's just supposed to be funny. Like everyone's supposed to laugh. So I think in 2021, everyone was rather, and funny signs are part of it too, right? But in 2021, we saw some shit that was distinctly not funny when a group called Save Women's Sport posted up at the race and held what were, as you can probably guess by the name, transphobic signs throughout the race. So a lot of people were upset by this, and by their own admission, nobody wanted them there. One woman told the protesters, "Your shit feminism isn't welcome here," which I think would be a great T-shirt. If she's listening, please let us. We'll license your T-shirt from you. And they were pretty roundly rejected by most of the community, which is great. But the bigotry they brought really wasn't a surprise to anyone who'd been paying attention to online discourse for a while, especially with respect to cycling. The harassment of trans cyclists has been escalating for years. For at least 5 or 6 years now, the governing body, USA Cycling, has known about this and chosen to do nothing to stop it, right? So this particular focus on cycling came about in 2018 when anti-trans cadres began to focus on the sport because of the success of a woman named Veronica Ivy. That she wasn't called Veronica Ivy at the time. She had a different name then, but that's her name now. So I'm going to use that name out of respect for her choice for that to be her name. She won a world championship in the women's 35 to 44 sprint category. Now, like, I have no disrespect at all for masters athletes. It's great. I'm glad people are out there exercising. This is not the same as an Olympic gold medal, right? Like people may disagree. The biggest determinant of your ability to win a masters track cycling gold medal is the amount of free time you have to exercise and the amount of money you have to buy fast gear and get to the event, right?
Wait, what is like the difference between like is
masters it's competitions for older people. So
okay.
it's so in cycling you have juniors, and there are various, obviously the 8-year-olds don't compete with the 18-year-olds, but up to 18 is juniors. Espoirs is 18 to 23. We use a French name because you want to be cool.
What is Espoir? Jesus Christ!
It's French name. Under 23, right? You can call it if you want it to be an Anglophile. And then from there you go into the elite competition. Elite competition is it's actually 18, and so like an 18-year-old could compete in an elite competition. So could a 50-year-old, right? But it's the highest level of competition. Mm-hmm. And then you get protected age categories again once you get to 35. So 35 to 44, 45 to 54, go in 10-year blocks, right? And that's for people who are only of that age. Now, the older you get, the less competitive it gets, just because fewer people will be racing, right? But 35 plus masters, sometimes they call it baby masters, is not. You don't have a significant decrease in your endurance performance at 35. So like some of these people are still very good, and that's why they call it baby masters, I guess. But like track cycling is not a big sport to begin with, right? That's going around in circles on an indoor velodrome. Masters track cycling, it's a smaller sport. And I know some excellent masters track cyclists who just don't care to go to worlds, right? They've been professional cyclists or very high level amateur cyclists. And once you reach your mid 40s, some people don't care to travel and spend that money and do that competition, right? San Diego has a really great track scene. Some people who I know very well have recently won multiple world championships on the track. Like, we have a very thriving scene, but not all of those people even care to go to LA to race worlds, like let alone travel across the world, right? So it doesn't necessarily truly mean the people who win masters are the best athletes in the world for their age group. And certainly, I wouldn't say there are lots of things that make this competition unfair. One of them is how much track bikes cost, how much track time costs, and how much travel costs to get to the event. But of course, it didn't matter to these people, right? What mattered is that a trans woman had won, and she became the center of the culture war. This was really, at least the first one that I was aware of, sort of instance of someone, a trans person, winning a very a notable event in cycling. And maybe trans people have been competing in elite races in cycling for 40 years. Like Molly Cameron was the first trans woman to race in a World Cup, and Molly's been racing for a while. And no one said shit. No one cared, right? But around 2018, the culture war around trans people was becoming heightened, and so people got mad about her winning the race. And since then, there's been this steady increase in transphobic sentiment towards bike racers. It's really the sort of leading voice in this has been former pro bike racer Inga Thompson. She's been joined by a few amateur women in various fields voicing their feelings about the participation of trans women. And Thompson has made a lot of statements, some of which I'll choose not to share with you. You can Google them if you want, but most of them will be like, she misgenders people all the time, right? That's what you can find her on Twitter, misgendering people. And I think that is kind of the giveaway that this isn't necessarily about sport, right? And I think that it's really important that people, regardless of where you stand on sport, understand that this is a wedge, and it's a wedge that's designed to push trans people out and away from femininity and away from inclusion.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons why it's important is that it's a way of like focusing the discourse like on trans people on like really, really weird interpretations of physical characteristics.
Yeah.
And this is something that you can use to sort of like, this is the wedge that you can use to sort of like tear this sort of issue open. It's been really, really effective at this. And it's also been like, it's something that's sort of like vaguely plausibly deniable. And it also plays on a really kind of effective branding strategy that these people had, which is that like, if people remember what feminism was like in like the 2010s, it was almost entirely about, and not just in the 2010s, like even sort of previous to this, right? Like the notion that like women are weaker than men was something that was like broadly considered to be sexist. Like that was not a feminist thing. That was like saying that women are weaker than men. And then, when you're getting into people complaining about like trans women like being on Jeopardy or like this shit that's happening in chess that we're going to talk about later. It's like, okay, like if you go back in time to before sort of trans derangement syndrome set in, like, and you told someone that in the future, this person is going to be arguing that like trans women have a biological advantage in Jeopardy because men are smarter than women, they'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, this person is like a neo-Nazi.
Yeah, or that women are only defined by their ability to bear children, right? And that is your sole characteristic and value as a woman. Like
and like this is something that, if you go back to like Simone de Beauvoir, God, I hate French. It's really a truly terrible language.
That is the official stance of this podcast.
Anti-French action.
Yeah,
but like I mean,
always
like,
has been.
You actually read The Second Sex, and like in The Second Sex is talking about, I mean, literally like her famous line is like, women, like no one is born a woman, like woman is made, right? Because it's a social process, not a biological one. And then, but because there was like a kind of cultural victory for feminism where it suddenly became really, really difficult to be a mainstream person and like call yourself an anti-feminist. Like all of these people who believe all of the same shit that like Phyllis Schlafly did, like have to relabel themselves feminists. And, and sports is the thing they pick to do that, because sports is it's the area they can pick where they can, like, with some plausible deniability, start doing all of this, like, oh, women are inherently weaker than men and have to be protected from men, like shit again.
Yeah. And it's very much sort of like unreconstructed stuff that we would have seen as not feminist 10, 20 years ago. Now, sadly, it's being advanced by people laying claim to feminism, I guess.
Yeah.
So in the most recent cyclocross nationals, trans athlete Austin Killips finished third. At the event, local John Brown Gun Club members had attended to step in and protect trans athletes where the sport's governing body wouldn't. And it was actually what you saw was a lot of discourse online about Austin, quote unquote, blocking a cis woman athlete. And then you saw like a lot of people sort of saying that, and like cis women had been, I guess, like, that Austin's inherent biological advantage, I'm using heavy scare quotes here, had allowed her to come third. She got beaten by two cis girls, right?
Yeah. This is always the thing. Like, there was one of these in skateboarding where like this turf skateboarder was like yelling about how she'd been beaten by a trans woman, and you look at the results and she was getting beaten by 8. She lost to an 8-year-old. Like, she was outplaced by an 8-year-old. Like, shut the fuck up. It's this bullshit. Like.
And a lot of the discourse about like Austin, quote unquote, blocking someone, like I don't know, but it to me it very clearly seemed to come from people who hadn't watched many other bicycle competitions, right? Like that's what we do. You push on each other, you lean on each other. Like if you didn't do that, people would fall over a whole lot more. It's a race. You're trying to get to the finish line first. But she didn't do anything that anyone else wouldn't have done. And at the time, TERFs kind of tried to make this a big deal, but were unsuccessful. And it was not really until Austin won a race in New Mexico, a big race, Tour of the Gila, that it became, again, like it was in 2018, a very big deal, right? So One of the key leaders, as I said, is Inga Thompson. Inga's a very accomplished cyclist. There's no doubt about that, right? She's a Bicycling Hall of Fame inductee, 5-time national champion, 3-time Olympic team member, a Tour de France feminine podium finisher, a 3-time silver medalist at the UCI World Championships. But I think she's arguably more famous now for her anti-trans bigotry. She tried to encourage cyclists to take a knee in protest at the UCI's transgender inclusion. God. Yeah, which like
Fox News finally finds something that they're okay with sports players taking a knee for.
They've finally. She was actually removed from her role on the board of a France-based American pro team for her statements there. I thought that their statement was kind of interesting. They said, if shared in the absence of politics, her knowledge and experience would benefit many and advance cycling for everyone. However, she has decided to dedicate her time to excluding people that are otherwise currently eligible to compete in UCI events. She has also attempted to use our team as a platform for her political activity, which like is a very neutral stance, but it's also like it's fine, right? Like our cycling team isn't here to hate trans people. If you're going to use it for hating trans people, please go somewhere else. Like it does. You don't have to like take a hugely radical stance to be like, no, this isn't a hate platform for hate speech. like go away. Yeah. And they added, to be clear, Ms. Thompson is entitled to her opinions and advocacy, but her methods and personal attacks are inconsistent with Cynisca's mission to advance opportunities for women. These methods, well documented on Ms. Thompson's social media presence, include dehumanization of transgender people, spreading misinformation, demagoguery, and personal attacks on anyone who opposes her views. Spoiler alert, that includes me. She doesn't like me at all. I don't be mean to trans people. Don't misgender my friends. So I did think it was very funny that like this team isn't like the like I don't know, like the woke team for woke people. They're just trying to get along with helping women cycle, and they can't do that if one of their board members is so consumed by hate that no one wants to have anything to do with it. So in the wake of this protest, the 2021 Save Women's Sport protest, Flynn Leonard, they're an official with USA Cycling, published an open letter calling for the resignation of the organization's CEO and the Safe Sport coordinator, Kelsey Erickson, who's responsible for preventing hate speech and bullying. They gathered 105 signatures from racers and other cyclists in support of their demands. And a day after they sent the letter, DeMartini announced he was stepping down. So he has a bit of a failure of just... like there's a statement he made in an interview where he said it would be different if our athletes were going to be affected, when he was talking about bans for trans athletes in interscholastic sports. He said, we don't believe they will be, which like in a technical sense, because cyclists compete for clubs, not schools, they might not have done. But like if you think that a ban on trans kids playing at school isn't going to affect participation of trans athletes in all sports everywhere, you're just either completely myopic or you're burying your bigotry. He claimed he was quoted out of context, but it was part of a pretty big block quote. Like I don't see how that could be taken out of context. They did say at that time that they're against any legislation that limits trans inclusion. It's worth pointing out that cycling has a body, as do all Olympic sports, that should prevent hate speech, bigotry, and bullying, right? And that's called Safe Sport. It was set up in 2017, and that was following what happened at USA Gymnastics, right, which was widespread sexual abuse of athletes. If people I'm sure will remember that. Safe Sport, I feel fairly confident saying, has completely failed in preventing abuse, preventing harassment, preventing bullying. What it has done is perhaps given a legal shield to governing bodies, so it has prevented them getting sued. But it's done nothing to prevent this kind of bullying, which is why athletes and the community have had to take it upon themselves to do that, right? Like, if there's one thing you should expect a governing body to do, it's to make sure everyone feels safe at races. But like, people were legitimately worried about racing in areas where they knew there were a lot of not just turfs, but like groups like the Proud Boys, right? Who have kind of hung their hat on transphobia. I know people who didn't go to races in areas where they were worried about that. I know people who, like, you know, went to an effort every day to drive a different way back to their hotel at races because they're worried about people genuinely felt unsafe doing something that no one should feel unsafe doing, which is playing. So, as I said, Mia, you know who won't make you feel unsafe?
I'm going to say the products and services, and then I'm going to...
they will wrap you up in a cocoon-like blanket of gold and coins and meal kits. How could you not feel so safe when you're surrounded by Reagan coins?
No one fact-checked this. This is a fact-check-free zone.
Yeah. The following and preceding 30 seconds have not been fact-checked. All right, please enjoy these adverts. And we are back, and we're still talking about TERFs. So, Save Women's Sports, which is this organization that put on the protest, presents itself as an organic reaction to the participation of trans women, who it repeatedly misgenders in women's categories. It claimed that several racers in the cyclocross national championships privately contacted the organization to express concerns, but only one, Evie Edwards, competed under the SWS team banner. SWS at the time was not a non-profit, so it was relatively hard to find out what exactly their financial ties to various other transphobic and right-wing groups were. It's registered in Minnesota as a business, but it appears to be a sole, or at the time, again, it was a sole prop run by someone called Beth Stelzer. Both Evie Edwards and SWS used the race to aggressively fundraise for their campaign. Stelzer, for instance, at the time was making $385 per month on Patreon by, quote, creating awareness of males invading female spaces. Her page has been taken down since then. She turfed too close to the sun. She also received donations on her Venmo page, which is very funny because I don't think she realized her Venmo page was public. I checked it out in conjunction. No. Yeah, there was no distinction made between advocacy spending and personal spending on that account, I will say. And she was taking advocacy donations and making emoji purchases on her Venmo at the time. I think maybe since has made it private, but this is something that, like, if you ever want to just, like, I don't know, if someone just like appears in the news and they suck, like, go try to find them on Venmo, because people just don't realize that stuff. And people recently caught I think we talked about Clarence Thomas. I think it was Clarence Thomas. Like, people just paying his staffers on Venmo. So you can find a bunch of very funny stuff because people are bad at doing crime now. Yeah, I cannot tell you how many people literally had things on their Venmo like travel to DC and like on January 6th, right? Venmoing each other. For like revolution tacos after they'd invaded the Capitol. Smart stuff and no notes. Please keep doing that if you're planning transphobia or coups. So much of this awareness that Save Women's Sports awareness, like, I think if you're ever donating to someone who's promoting quote unquote awareness of anything, there should be a large red flag. It's an extremely nebulous concept that very rarely does anything to help anyone. But much of this awareness seems to be tied to pretty standard right-wing anti-trans talking points, and not the many dozens, maybe hundreds of instances where trans and cis women happily compete alongside each other, have a nice time, do exercise, go home, and don't engage in any bigotry. In the past, SWS has worked with far-right organizations like the Heritage Foundation and the Family Research Council to prepare a guide to, quote, help parents understand the transgender issue. Again, if you're framing the existence of other people as an issue, you're not that far from framing it as a question, are you?
Yeah.
I'm impressed that self-awareness avoided the transgender question, but only by using the thesaurus to reframe it as an issue, I guess. The guide refers to the transgender trend, quote unquote, and repeatedly calls trans women men. They, of course, also, Stelzer in particular appears at anti-abortion rallies, anti-marriage equality rallies, things like that, right? This is part of a wider space of hate and bigotry. It's not just about sport. Cyclists have taken it upon themselves to protect trans riders. So actions of solidarity have ranged from blocking SWS protesters at national championships, announcers allegedly refusing to mention races on the SWS team.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah, it is pretty funny. Also, there's Molly Cameron has this organization called Ride, which is let trans kids ride. Molly makes these wristbands, which are like a trans flag, a trans pride flag. Like one of my friends won the biggest race in the US. He's a cis guy with his trans pride wristband on, which is, you know, a little thing, but also like it's nice to see people show up like that. It's nice to see. And like, it's rare that you'll go to a race and you won't see a few people wearing that, like in pro men, pro women, you know, both. Like there are overwhelmingly people don't give a fuck. They're just happy if you're enjoying riding bikes. It's not like it's a big sport. You know, the real threat to cycling is all of us getting killed by people in Teslas playing Pong. Like it's not, it's not trans women. But unfortunately, this solidarity hasn't extended to the governing body. So 2 years after this initial protest, right, the UCI effectively banned all trans women from participating in elite level cycling. This happened just a few weeks before the World Championships. Like I have friends who had to cancel their flights.
Jesus Christ.
It was the most bungled, fucked up, pseudoscience kind of half-assed, like, it was just a mess. The whole thing was a fucking mess. They had an extraordinary meeting in August, just a few weeks before the World Championships, and like people previously had to have submit blood numbers to show a testosterone level to compete, right? Which is a thing lots of governing bodies have been doing for a while now. They had certified people like weeks before this. They'd be like, "Yeah, you're good to go for another year," and then, psych, no, you're not. You can't compete ever again. And like, this is people's jobs, right? This is their livelihood. It's how they pay rent. It's also like being an elite cyclist is hard. It is most of your life, right? Like you got to sleep or you got to eat right. You got to train all the fucking time. You can't go out. You got to be resting when you're not training. To take all that away from someone with the click of the fingers and bringing no consultation for them, it's incredibly cruel. The UCI, I'll just read their statement because I think there's a couple of things in it we should pick apart. Obviously, content warning for it being inherently transphobic. From now on, female transgender athletes who have transitioned after, quote, male puberty will be prohibited from participating in women's events on the UCI international calendar in all categories in the various disciplines. Notably, they also said, it's also impossible to rule out the possibility that biomechanical factors, such as the shape and arrangement of the bones in their limbs, may constitute a lasting advantage for female transgender athletes.
What?
There's a lot going on there, right? Like, they use female, where most people would use woman. The barrier they set is to rule out any possibility of an advantage, right? Which is a very high barrier. That's like a kind of guilty until proven innocent situation, right? Like, also, like the arrangement of the bones in my limbs changed significantly when I was racing bikes because I broke them all the fucking time. Like such a strange category to choose. Also, this requirement that you transition before puberty, that's not the same as taking puberty blockers, right? They're requiring that you're taking hormones before puberty, like 11 or 12.
Yeah, which is just also now illegal in an enormous number of states. Like,
yeah. And even most, from what I understand, most gender-affirming care takes the approach of taking puberty blockers rather than
and this is sort of like, I mean, this is sort of the disaster that's been happening in the last like 4 or 5 years on this, which is that like taking puberty blockers was the compromise position.
Yes,
like that was the position that was taken because people thought it was too dangerous to like let kids do HRT, which it's not. Like it's completely fine. In fact, it's actually like, you know, you're going to go through puberty anyways, right? You're like if you are in a human body, you are doing uncontrolled puberty, and that is less safe than doing a controlled puberty, which is what, you know, doing HRT when you are a child is.
Yeah,
but the compromise position was like, oh well, we're gonna do this. We'll do puberty blockers, and then like everyone went insane about puberty blockers, and now like even the compromise position's been sort of like, you know, I mean, like we're losing the ability to do that, and it's like, okay, like, you know, and then you know, like now and then having done this, right, and it's like, oh well, now you can set up all of these rules that are like require you to have done a thing you've now made illegal. And it's like, this is great. It's a great
exactly
system.
right. you now have a rule that basically bans almost anyone from participation. Like you have to begin transitioning at 11. It's also very nebulous, like male puberty. Like what does that mean? What point are you defining you have been through male puberty? Like, are we going to ask people to submit their fucking testosterone numbers from when they were 8? It's just a ban. It's what it is, right? Like it's you can't ever transition satisfactorily enough.
Yeah, or like for example, I don't know. So like, let's say you are on like. Let's say you don't start hormones until you're like 24, but you rearrange the bones in your body. Does this allow you? You now have feminine bone arrangement. Does this now allow you to cycle?
Gender affirming orthopedic surgery. You heard it here first. And like, also this, and I want to get into this a little bit because it completely obfuscates or ignores, I guess, what we know to be true, that there is not a binary puberty process, because there is not, humans don't exist in a binary sex, nor do they exist in binary genders, right? So I think probably the best example of this would be Maria Jose Martinez Patiño. If people aren't familiar with her, obviously, Google is right there for you. But she was dismissed from the Spanish Olympic team in 1986 for failing the gender test. She's publicly shamed for being like a secret male. She loses her fiance. She loses her funding. She loses almost everything. She fought and won a successful court battle, illustrating the fallacy of this binary gender approach. But she's not a trans woman, to be clear. She's an intersexual woman who has androgen insensitivity syndrome. But she was able to, they were using chromosome typing, right? Like you'll often, this is a thing that you'll still see TERFs trotting out, right? Something that was outdated in 1986. That like XX or XY, that is not a binary that fits the entirety of the human species.
Yeah, there's like a lot of people with a lot of other different kinds.
Yeah, mosaicism, and like it's again, like I get it. You're not a biologist. That's fine. It's okay to shut the fuck up if you don't understand something.
But this is one of those things that sucks, because it's like I wish these people had decided to like try to build airplanes based off of like pre-Newtonian physics or something, because it's like there's no consequence for them for not understanding biology. Yes. But it's like, I don't know, like if you're trying to argue that like general relativity doesn't exist, like your satellite is gonna fall on you. But this is the one thing where you can just like, you can say shit that it's not even like people make the joke it's like high school biology. It's like, it's not. It's just like elementary school biology.
Yeah,
and it's not biology. Right. Like
YouTube biology, isn't it? That's what it is. But,
yeah.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, but unfortunately, the consequences are for people who are not them. And that's hugely unfortunate, right? Like even we see like Casa Semenya won a court case this month or last month, like allowing her to compete again. Like we found time and again that this notion of a binary sex is as nonsensical as the notion of a binary gender. And yet we continue to try and force people into these different competitions. I just want to read a statement that Austin made. It's very hard not to see this as them specifically seeing Austin winning a big stage race in New Mexico and going like, right, we can't fucking have that. Like as soon as trans women win stuff, right, it's fine if they come and don't win. But as soon as they win stuff, and again, if she had this inherent massive biological advantage, she would have won everything, which hasn't happened. She said, I'm devastated by the UCI's decision to renege on the policy and framework it previously set out for inclusion. My journey in professional racing has allowed me to see the world, build lifelong friendships, and most importantly, give my absolute all to something I find deeply fulfilling. No one should be denied the opportunity to chase that same joy that I and others have found through racing, which I think is great. And I think it's important to like lift up her voice in this and other trans athlete voices. In theory, there is what's called an open category, which is the men's category. The problem is that there are no open races, and that this category, like if you line up as a trans woman in the fucking open category, you're being very clearly othered, right? You're being like, some of them also will have women's licenses. Like it's not clear what men's category they can race in. But it more importantly, I think, as Chris Mosier pointed out, people will be familiar as Chris as the first trans athlete to attend Olympic trials in the US. The open category contradicts both International Olympic Committee guidelines on fairness and inclusion and extensive research that states trans women do not have an inherent advantage in sport. Chris is a good follow on Twitter. It's the Chris Mosier. But it contradicts even like the IOC again, not like on the bastions of wokeness. People who sent the Olympics to the Nazis have a better policy than this, and yet cycling has chosen to go above and beyond. And in large part, I can't not see that as because of the attention paid to this by people who do not give a fuck about cycling.
Yeah,
because they found a wedge, and because our community has generally been inclusive. Like even after this at the World Championships, there were people with trans flags at the course, like when World Championships at which trans women could not compete, advocating for inclusion, right? It was in Glasgow. And as a rule, the sport, I think, has been accepting. Like I've never cycled and not known there being trans people in cycling. And I've cycled a lot. But this has allowed trans people to thrive. And when trans people started thriving, these fucking bigots decided to make this a wedge issue. And that's why it's happening here. But it's also fucking happening in chess. So do you want to talk about chess, man?
This is insane. The weird part about the chess one is like I don't know. This is not something that anyone in chess was like talking about. Like chess has like a lot of incredibly weird and bizarre political stuff going on. But like I don't know. Maybe I just missed it, or maybe it was just like in like a part of the chess discourse I wasn't following. But like I don't know. It really, truly, weirdly, just seemingly out of nowhere. I don't know what is going on with this. Seemingly out of nowhere, FIDE, which is like the International Chess Federation, released this like policy that says that like it has a lot of weird stuff. It effectively sets up FIDE as like what I can only describe as a gender council, where like if you want to like change your gender, you have to like submit it to FIDE, and then FIDE gets to decide what gender you are. So great things happening here. And then also for some reason, okay, so chess has had this thing for a while where chess has like, there are like women's sections for stuff. And there's a lot of some weird stuff going on here. So like there's the regular title like Grandmaster. There's also like a women's Grandmaster thing, which has different qualifications, slightly different. And this was set up basically because like the guys who play chess are insane. Like I've talked about this in some of the Bobby Fischer episodes, right? Like they're like most of the most famous chess players in history are like utterly deranged neo-Nazis, or like people who are even weirder than neo-Nazis, like unreconstructed like 1917 czarists, like people like that, like just people with like truly deeply weird political ideologies that are like unbelievably right-wing. And and like part of what like happens here is that like just chess in general is like unfathomably sexist. Like it's really, really bad. And like their solution to this effectively was like to create this like kind of parallel like women's infrastructure, which kind of worked and kind of hasn't in a lot of ways. And like part of what's going on is just like, okay, so a lot of girls, like young girls, play chess. But there's this bottleneck that happens around when you're like 13 or 14. Well, this is 12 to 13, so that's 14, where like the number of girls playing chess just like collapses, right? Yeah. And the reason that happens is because boys are fucking dog shit. Like this is like literally what's happening, right? Is like you have a bunch of sexist, like really sexist boys, and then the product of this is that because there's so many fewer like women who play chess than there are men who play chess, like there's just like, for example, like there's way less like women who are like really high rated chess players. And that's because there's just like the barrier of institutional sexism to like become a woman who's really good at chess is so high. And then, okay, so this is the sort of background. So like there are these separate like women's like tournaments and stuff like that. And so FIDE, which is the Chess Federation, released this thing where, okay, so they say a few things. One is that, okay, the big one is that if you are a trans woman, you cannot play in official FIDE events for women until FIDE does something, and it's not entirely clear what that is.
So is it like a testosterone level you have to submit?
Okay, literally, I'm just going to read this sentence because it's utterly unclear what is going on here. In the event that the gender was changed from male to female, the player has no right to participate in official FIDE events for women until FIDE's decision is made. Such decision should be based on further analysis and shall be taken by the FIDE Council at the earliest possible time, but no longer than within a 2-year period. So you
can be out for 2 years.
Well, yeah. Wait. Why? What the fuck? Like, what? Like, what are they possibly like analyzing here? Right? Like, is it like what is supposed to be the thing that differentiates like the genders that like that makes you not be able to compete in the women's category? Like, is it like if you play too aggressively or some shit? Like what? It's baffling.
Yeah, that is a bizarre decision. Like, and like you say, just complete. It's not even like they're not. It's not an Olympic sport, right? It's not like they have to conform to any IOC guidelines. It's fucking sending it.
FIDE is the chess cartel, right? Like they can do whatever they want.
Yeah,
I mean, like I know expecting FIDE to do stuff that isn't insane is like, look, like this is the organization that after Bobby Fischer went on the radio in the Philippines and said that he hopes that the government like rounds up all Jewish people and kills them, like they let him back into FIDE after that. So like, great organization run by amazing people here. Yeah, but this is, I don't know, it's incredibly deeply weird. Like the thing I keep thinking about is, I don't know, this is kind of a weird, kind of silly story in some ways, but like, so like the first trans person that I was like aware of was a trans StarCraft 2 player named Scarlet. Okay. And she's great. She's awesome. Scarlet rules. She's one of 3 non-Korean players ever to win a tournament in Korea, which like I don't know how to express how difficult it is to win a StarCraft tournament in Korea. It would be like if a football team from like Siberia showed up to the US, was somehow allowed to play in the NFL, and then like won the Super Bowl. Like that's about the level of difficulty it is to win a StarCraft tournament in Korea.
Yeah, it's a Jamaican bobsleigh team moment.
Yeah, but so like, it's one of those sort of like really wild things, but like one of the things I remember about that was like she was always, as best I could tell, like always allowed, like StarCraft also had a women's division because, very, very similar, like even more intense sort of sexism stuff going on there.
Yeah, sure. I can see that being pretty toxic.
And it was actually, over the arc of like the over a decade she's been playing, like I've seen the scene get less transphobic, but like as best I could tell, there was never like a thing in the women's tournaments. They were always just like, yeah, sure, hey, look, a girl wants to play StarCraft, like this rips. And
yeah. So that makes one more of us, like
like and she's also like, and she's like again really, really good at the game. But like this is the thing that like historically hasn't, I don't know, like genuinely like in games like this that are like not, well, okay, StarCraft is enormously more athletic than chess, but like like this has been a thing where people like, there's, if you're in one of these like incredibly sexist environments, there's like a real like really obvious like both trans women and cis women like we're all in this together thing, because you get a look at like the fucking ravening hordes of like absolutely deranged psychos in like the Twitch chat and be like, oh god, they hate both of us. yeah, which is also like I think the other thing about this is like it's unclear like who at FIDE like decided this. Like this doc just like appeared. And so there's like a non-zero chance this decision is being made by men, like pretty high that this is just like a decision made by a bunch of men because fuck them. And they've just decided that like, you know, after just like literally not giving a shit about women's chess for like the entirety of its existence, they've finally decided to do something, and the do something is make me not be able to play in women's tournaments. It's like,
right, yeah,
wow.
You didn't take action when Bobby Fischer went full Nazi, but you decided to
it's like, okay, this is great things are happening. I don't know.
Yeah, talking of Nazis, there was I think actually a non-binary or like an intersex woman who competed for the Nazis in 1936 at the Olympics.
Huh.
With I'm not entirely sure of her like external gender external sex presentation, I guess. But later definitely served as a man in the German armed forces, but that could have been a forced social transition. But yeah, there's a long history of us trying to work out gender shit through sport. And I guess I just want to finish by like, if you don't give a shit about sport, you have to understand this is still important. Because like sports are always about like who's on a team and who's not, right? That's why we didn't let black people play baseball in this fucking country. It's why they took Olympic medals away from indigenous people for violating stupid amateurism rules because they were designed to only let people of a certain class pay. It's why Colin Kaepernick doesn't have a job, right?
Yeah.
It's why people didn't want to go to the Nazi Olympics and went to one in Barcelona and it was bigger. Like sport's not just about being the best at exercising. It's a social tool to include or exclude people. And if you care about including people, then I think you have to care about sport right now because that is the wedge that transphobes are using to exclude people. So yeah, that's what I have for you. I don't know. If you have money, you can give it to Molly Cameron. You can find her online, and she will help more trans kids ride. Or I don't know, go ride a bike. It's fun.
And if you are one of the 7 people in the world who still thinks that Colin Kaepernick doesn't have a job because he's not good enough at football, come find me in the Bears parking lot. I will force you to watch an entire season of the Chicago Bears, like watch every quarterback we've ever fucking had in my lifetime, and then I will beat you. You will be in a catatonic state after that.
Yeah,
I will be proven right.
Molly's website is ridegroup.org if people want to check that out. Oh yeah, find Colin Kaepernick on the internet. Watch videos.
Support for the show comes from Public, the investing platform for those who take it seriously. On Public, you can build a multi-asset portfolio of stocks, bonds, options, crypto, and now generated assets, which allow you to turn any idea into an investable index with AI. It all starts with your prompt. From renewable energy companies with high free cash flow to semiconductor suppliers growing revenue over 20% year over year, you can literally type any prompt and put the AI to work. It screens thousands of stocks, builds a one-of-a-kind index, and lets you backtest it against the S&P 500. Then you can invest in a few clicks. Generated assets are like ETFs with infinite possibilities, completely customizable and based on your thesis, not someone else's. Go to public.com/podcast and earn an uncapped 1% bonus when you transfer your portfolio. That's public.com/podcast. Paid for by Public Investing. Brokerage services by Open to the Public Investing Inc. Member FINRA and SIPC. Advisory services by Public Advisors LLC, SEC registered advisor. Generated assets is an interactive analysis tool. Output is for informational purposes only and is not an investment recommendation or advice. Complete disclosures available at public.com/disclosures.
Tired of spills and stains on your sofa? Wash away your worries with Anabei. Anabei is the only machine washable sofa inside and out, where designer quality meets budget-friendly prices. That's right, sofas start at just $699. Enjoy a no-risk experience with pet-friendly, stain-resistant, and changeable slip covers made with performance fabric. Experience cloud-like comfort with high-resilience foam that's hypoallergenic and never needs fluffing. The sturdy steel frame ensures longevity, and the modular pieces can be rearranged anytime. Shop WashableSofas.com for up to 60% off site-wide. Backed by a 30-day satisfaction guarantee. If you're not absolutely in love, send it back for a full refund. No return shipping or restocking fees. Every penny back. Upgrade now at WashableSofas.com. Offers are subject to change and certain restrictions may apply.
Pro drivers live for race day, but for small business owners, every day is race day. That's why going pro with Lenovo Pro matters. One-on-one advice, IT solutions, and customized hardware powered by Intel Core Ultra processors keep your business on the right track. Business goes pro with Lenovo Pro. Sign up for free at lenovo.com/pro.
Lenovo.
Okay, that was slightly longer of an atonal shriek than I was expecting. But Robert has been coming after me for not doing atonal shrieks to start the podcast enough. So that's how we're starting this episode. It could happen here, the podcast where we take an enormous victory lap because, yeah. So if you've been following the discourse about inflation over the past about 2.5 years, and especially in the last maybe year or so, some very interesting stuff has been happening. The stuff that we've talked about on this show, and then also stuff that's been sort of moving around in the sort of broader discourse and has now reached the IMF. And the thing that's been happening is that the theory of inflation that we've been pushing on this show, and that also very importantly, that has been being developed by Strange Matters, has been incredibly vindicated to the point of everyone else adopting it and then claiming that they invented it. So yeah, this is the Inflation Victory Lab episode, and to talk about the fact that these two people and their colleagues were right about inflation and a bunch of other stuff too is John Michael Colon and Steve Mann, who are both co-editors of the magazine Strange Matters. And yeah, both of you two, welcome to the show.
Thanks so much for having us, Mia.
Yeah, and I'm excited about this because I've been wanting to do this episode for ever since. So the IMF tweeted out a graph that was arguing that I think it was like 50% of inflation in the EU was based on corporate profits, which was them basically, this is them, and all of the mainstream economists are finally having to admit that we were fucking right about inflation. Yeah, so I guess before we get into what you two were arguing and what your colleagues are arguing, we should talk a bit about I guess who you two are, and also talk about Strange Matters again, because I think it's been a bit since y'all have been on.
Yeah, absolutely. So Strange Matters is this is our kind of boilerplate, a magazine of new and unconventional thinking in economics, politics, and culture. And we have a political bent, so we are, broadly speaking, some flavor of libertarian socialist is kind of the umbrella term that we've used for ourselves, but that varies depending on the individual kind of members of the team. So we've got people who are anarchists, we've got people who are inspired by democratic confederalism, we've got people who don't like a lot of those labels but are really into direct democracy stuff. But the four of us basically converge on the direct democracy. Socialism is putting people in charge of the decisions that affect them kind of school of things. So in terms of our economics pages, however, we've, for the last couple of years, been really dedicated to publishing heterodox economists who don't correspond to the usually quite right-wing mainstream of the economics discipline, but challenge it in fundamental ways. And there's a bunch of different schools of heterodox economics, everyone knows about Marxists, but there's also post-Keynesians and ecological economics and feminist economics and a whole bunch of different schools. We've been dedicated to publishing people from all those different schools and trying to kind of get them to write in a style that's more accessible for ordinary people so that some of those ideas actually start not just reaching the public, but actually reaching each other, because they don't really talk to each other very much.
Yeah, this is one of the big problems. Is like, I mean, even just inside of Marxism, like if you get 6 Marxists in the same room, you'll have 9 different positions, and they'll all be like ready to murder each other over it. And that's just the Marxists, and then you expand out to all the rest of the other heterodox economist people, and there's a lot of weird and sort of pointless rivalries going on that prevents people from like fusing really useful theories together.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we tried to be a platform for diverging opinions to actually be put into dialogue with each other. And we've definitely, I don't think there's been a single piece that all of us have been in lockstep agreement on theoretically. And I think that's a real strength, actually.
Yeah.
And like there's quite a few pieces that at least one of us is like, I still don't really know about this thesis, but there have been times in which I've been down on a piece, but it does amazing, so let's go with it.
And also, part of the reasoning for that is not just a kind of like loosey-goosey, let's all get along and sing around a campfire, but it's actually a very principled thing, because part of the story that we're telling with the magazine is how we have these enormous problems, climate change, the whole crisis that the democracies have been going through since the 2008 crisis, the whole and since like the rise of global fascism in the 2010s, like what are we going to do about like the internet and its future? What are we going to do about these horrible culture war type issues that people talk about it as the culture war, but actually it's these massive reconfigurations that we have to do of our consciousness in order to think about gender and national identity and ethnic identity and all these other things in new ways that are actually like freeing and emancipating and stuff. Like all of these problems are vast, and nobody actually knows what the answer is. And that includes leftists. Like there's a lot of these problems that are either like too technical or too complex for any one person to have the solution. So there needs to be a space where we kind of come together, people who are kind of like of good faith and who like are trying to kind of do the whole democracy and egalitarianism thing. And we actually butt our heads together across lines of difference and are like, okay, what are we going to do about this? And what are our different perspectives? And what's the common ground? And what are some little bits and pieces of things that people have figured out that we can kind of stitch together into something that will let us not just get steamrolled by the fascists? And that's the kind of space that we're trying to be. And that's why we try to accommodate these different perspectives, even though we ourselves tend to come from rather strong perspectives, both individually and as a group.
Yeah, well, and I think we can, like, this inflation sort of argument that's been playing out over the past few years, I think is a really, like, it's a really good indication of how well this stuff can work if it's like, like, the fact that y'all have basically had the inflation theory that like a bunch of mainstream economists were going to stumble over in the last like 8 months had effectively written, we're discussing and we're writing it like 2 years ago is a sign that something is going right.
Yeah, we feel really vindicated.
Yeah, it's been very, very, very funny to watch. So I guess we should move into a bit about what this theory actually is. And the very, very short version of it is that it's a supply chain theory of inflation. It's a theory of inflation that tracks price increases based on like price movement based on stuff happening like backwards in the supply chain. And yeah, that turns out to have been a really useful both predictive thing and explanatory thing once the inflation actually started.
Yeah. And I just really wanted to highlight that it's Steve who wrote the initial essay where we first put those pieces together. It's Steve's supply chain theory of inflation more than anybody else's. So I defer to you in terms of, laying the groundwork for it.
Well, I wrote a piece called Notes Toward a Theory of Inflation, and it was kind of born partly out of frustration over the fuzzy language in which economists will try to speak about inflation. When I was a grad student, I would encounter it. Not just from any particular school, but from, broadly speaking, most of the schools of economics. And it's been, prior to this inflationary episode in history, it's been almost 40 years since we've experienced anything like this. And in the last period of runaway inflation in the 80s, people were having a similar reckoning, although they didn't quite coalesce around supply chain and cost push related theories of inflation like they are at this time. But like the theory, like in a nutshell, the supply chain theory of inflation is essentially saying that there are groups of businesses called supply chains who buy inputs from each other in order to produce products and sell them to either the next person in the chain or to outside consumers, like the end user. And over time, given stressful enough biophysical conditions that they all find themselves in, even if they don't want to raise prices, and broadly speaking, we know from empirical studies that most businesses most of the time are very biased towards not raising prices. If the situation gets dire enough and they've exhausted all of their non-price based mechanisms for dealing with bottlenecks, what are called bottlenecks in the supply chain, like they just don't have enough of the inputs that they need in order to sell enough stuff at their normal price in order to make enough revenue to socially reproduce themselves and their supply chain, eventually they will exhaust all options and there will be one person who's kind of like the progenitor price increaser. And because like every single, like what is inflation really? It's a general rise in prices. What are prices? Prices are things that people themselves inside of firms, it's their job to set. And so any theory of inflation needs to start with a theory of price, essentially. And like, so these managers whose job it is to set prices, when they change prices, why did they do it? Well, we have answers going back many decades, almost a century, of surveys of economists who have gone out and actually conducted surveys asking, under what conditions would you raise prices? And at no time did anyone say, oh, I raised prices because I looked at monetary aggregates and I saw that there was too much money, so I raised prices because of that. And so like that was kind of a starting point for me when I read these surveys conducted by Gardner Means, who was an economist and doing this work in the 20s and 30s along with Adolf Berle. I got really excited because I'm like, oh, of course if inflation, there's so much mysticism about like piles of money building up, and then it's like it demand pull and cost push, and like what does this all mean, right? Well, at the bottom of it, it's what are pricing managers doing when they make that fateful decision to be the first guy to raise prices? Because there is one. It has to start with someone. And it's usually, like I was saying, they've exhausted all of their other methods of dealing with this, such as rationing inputs or economizing, like increasing their efficiency in their production or like diversifying their product lines and all of this stuff in order to maintain customer goodwill throughout a period of biophysical stress to the supply chain. And they're just going to raise prices because they have to get a certain amount of revenue in order to make it as a business. So that's essentially what the supply chain theory is that when that happens, it propagates along supply chains first. And then because nowadays our economy is so extremely integrated, it's not just one supply line, it's an entire supply chain network nowadays, and it's global in scope. So even if it's increasingly less constrained to just like one industry or even one country these days.
That was a beautiful explanation. That's probably the most concise that we've accomplished yet at boiling it down. I'll just, because this is the problem, is that we could go on for like 30 minutes about this. This. I guess I have a couple of things to add that are just like digging out a couple of nuances that I think are important for listeners to understand. What Steve said about inflation being about a continuous general increase in prices is really, really profound. I think the first person to articulate that I'm aware of was John K. Galbraith in an essay that he wrote about that, but in like the 50s. But like that's honestly not the way that we usually think of it, right? Like usually we think that inflation is when money, the value of money goes down. Money buys you less than it usually does. And that is not just because that's how we experience it in our pocketbooks. Everything else just got more expensive. It also has to do with the kind of history of theories of inflation. Because back in the day, they're the first and OG theory of inflation, which people still, some of them believe in, is the quantity theory of money. And it basically envisions like the entire economic universe as a bunch of like atomized individual agents. And by the way, there's no like distinction between companies and households or anything like that here.
Yeah,
everyone's kind of like
funny.
Everyone's like an individual agent, and there's a bunch of stuff that already exists out there in the economy. How it was produced, I mean, you deal with that in a production function. Other than that, like you don't talk about it. So there's a bunch of existing stuff out there in the economy, and it's scarce, right? So like, how is it going to be distributed? Well, we're trading the stuff that we have for the stuff that we need. And when things are more scarce, they're more valuable. When things are more abundant, they're less valuable. And when we want them more, they're more valuable. When we want them less, they're less valuable. So that's kind of like the very basic universe that they're kind of like operating in. And money was just seen to be one good being traded like any other. It just so happens to be the one that we trade in exchange for everything else. So rather than doing barter like of everything, this many chickens for this amount of haircut, like instead it's like, we choose one thing to be exchangeable for everything else. But it still has a value, which is basically determined, according to this theory, by how much of it there is. So if you increase the money supply, money gets less valuable, which is why, everything becomes more expensive. Prices go up. Whereas if the money supply shrinks, then the value of money is higher relative to the goods that it buys. So therefore, prices will go down. This was a theory that was developed in like the 16 and 1700s to try to explain a massive global inflation that happened then in the so-called price revolution of the 17th century. And frankly, everyone by the 20th century knows that there's huge issues with this. So they start trying to evolve away from the quantity theory of money, because it has no real empirical basis. I mean, some people tried to kind of like, juke the stats to make it look like there was, but like really our best estimates of the money supply have no real good correspondence to prices in the economy. It doesn't really work that way. So
yeah, this is the there's sort of modern version of this is called monetarism, which is like,
that's right.
Yeah. And this is maybe the only thing I have ever seen even like most neoclassical economists drop because it's empirically wrong. Like, it's stunning. Like, do you know how wrong something has to be for neoclassical economists to go, wait, hold on, maybe this isn't right? Like,
yeah.
It's incredible.
But the problem is that they retreated into theories that are not necessarily right either.
Yeah, no.
perhaps groping their way clumsily towards the truth, but not really that right. So this is where all that pull and push stuff comes in, and it's a little too technical to get into. Steve's essay has like the full version of it, but basically they started evolving away from a theory where the absolute amount of money in the economy is what matters most, and towards theories where, for example, it's the amount of money relative to the goods that can be bought by it. So if you have a bunch of people spending money to buy stuff, but there's not enough stuff to meet that demand, then that'll basically mean that there's like scarcity and shortages and things like that, and that'll cause prices to go up. Although why they do, like the underlying microeconomics of why prices go up when there's shortages and stuff, this theory doesn't really address, because it's a macro theory, and it'll kind of like fall back on supply and demand stuff or various kind of weird hydraulic metaphors about like, well,
oh God,
terminable
hydraulic metaphors.
So it doesn't really like different people will have different versions of this that have totally different explanations of why it's happening, but they'll generally say, if you look at the economy as a whole, if the stuff that's being made is less than the orders being put in for it, then that causes inflation because you're just not producing enough stuff. And they call that demand pull, because the pull of basically it's like demand pulling, for stuff that isn't being produced. So it's like, okay, well, that causes price rises. There was a parallel development where they're trying to get away from the QTM another way, where some people were like, well, what's the most important single cost for businesses across the economy? And they say labor. Obviously, right? Like everyone needs to pay somebody to do wages to keep the business going. So they just said, okay, Well, if the cost of labor goes up across the economy, then that'll cause prices to go up. So that's called cost push, which now theoretically this could be true of any cost. And this is kind of like where, Steve's theory comes in, is because it actually like starts talking realistically about what the cost of businesses are. But originally this was, again, a macro theory. So they picked the one cost that's common to all the things in the economy. And they said that basically inflation is the cost of workers agitating for higher wages, which leads wages to go up, which causes cost push inflation. The costs go up, so that puts pressure down the supply chain because it's a cost for everybody downstream of it. So then it causes it to the prices to go up. Now, the problem with these theories is that like they're very like rigid. It's like it has one cause, and it's also like and it's this one thing, and it has to operate across the entire economy. Right? But that's not actually how our economy is put together, because our economy is not this general equilibrium produced by the trading of individual agents who are buying cheap and selling dear to each other. That whole universe doesn't really exist. The universe that we actually live in is one where businesses are not isolated. They're interdependent, right? Like the people who collect sands, from the earth and other minerals feed into the factories that turn it into glass, which feeds into the construction industry that puts those glass. I missed a step there. It feeds into the factories that turn that glass into windows, which then feeds into the construction industry, which puts them into buildings, that then feeds into like real estate conglomerates that rent it, which then feeds into businesses and households that live there. Right? Like that's the entire supply chain. And all those businesses depend upon each other because they're each other's customers. So how much glass do they make in the glass factory? It depends on how many windows the window factories that are all their customers order. That's what determines how much they're going to make. This whole picture of the world as supply chains is common sense to anybody who actually like works a job, especially if they're like in a management position where they have to maybe be dealing with some of the supplier relations stuff or customer relations stuff. Economists just don't talk about it. It's not really in their models because their models are developed from the ground up, from this kind of like everybody's just trading as individuals perspective. And that's a great deal of the reason why Steve's theory is so powerful. Now, a lot of this supply chain picture that I'm painting, besides coming from the real world, it also came from a particular heterodox economist that I wrote a very long profile of called Frederick S. Lee.
Before we get into Lee, we unfortunately do need to take an ad break because capitalism. But do you know what Frederick Lee would have hated? And it's this ad break that we're about to do right now. All right, and we're back to talk about Frederick Lee, who is very cool and I'm very excited about.
Yeah, unfortunately, sorry to disappoint. We're not going to talk a ton about him. The only really important thing, so he was a great guy. He was an anarcho-syndicalist. He was a lifelong member of the IWW. He actually helped recover Joe Hill's ashes from the federal government and properly bury them. That's not in part 1 of my profile, which is published. It's in part 2, which is coming up. But in addition to that, he was also a great economic theorist. And part of what he did is that he put together the bits and pieces of this alternative picture of the economy where, for example, prices are not this thing that allocates resources automatically through supply and demand, and their price changes are telling us how much to produce and how much to consume, which is the kind of like mainstream neoclassical picture. But rather, prices are a markup that businesses like set themselves. They're not receiving it from the market. They set a price markup over their total cost of production in order to get the money that they need to keep the lights on and stay in business. This all sounds very trivial, I know, but believe it or not, in economics, this is like a revolutionary idea. So then it's like, okay, well, if that's the way that an individual company is, how are the companies linked together? He basically comes to, he doesn't call it this, but to a supply chain view of the economy, especially in his last textbook, which tries to create a model of the economy as a whole. And he says that the entire economy is basically just a circuit of supply chains. It's all the businesses sort of linked up together, forming a closed circuit that loops back on itself. And that is the economy that we use to produce the goods and services that just keep society going day to day, week to week, year to year. So Lee basically had all of that, and that was the main ingredient that we used. But it was Steve who then took that framework and used it to create a new theory of inflation. Because if you have a world of these supply chains, then it becomes very obvious that if prices are going to rise all across the economy, it's going to be because people's costs go up. So then the question becomes, why do people's costs go up? And the answer is almost always what Steve called his progenitor price increase. This first guy who chooses to raise his prices. If and only if that person is, if and only if that person is in the, in a position in the supply chain where a bunch of people are downstream of them. And that tends to happen when, for example, an input that goes into the entire economy like energy suddenly goes up in price or becomes scarce. Or it happens when a natural disaster causes disruptions in a couple of businesses that everybody else depends upon. Or when there's an adverse shift in the balance of payments, let's say that the peso, starts becoming versus the dollar becomes much more expensive. So imports become much more expensive. So any business that depends upon imports, will suddenly have their costs go up. These are the kinds of events that are like an external shock that leads to a rise in prices in key nodes in the supply chain, that because so many people are connected to them as customers, their costs become more expensive. And these cost increases travel across particular supply chains. So you have to actually know how all the businesses are linked together so that you can identify what the origin of the stress was and see which particular supply chains is traveling down. It's not this thing that has to do with a single factor across the whole economy, or much less the amount of money that's being printed. The amount of money is almost like irrelevant in this situation, basically. I mean, it maybe has relevance in as much as if people have the amount of money in their pockets that they have usually, they might start purchasing more things than can be produced at this moment. But that's usually usually it balances out in normal situations. The only reason why that would be true is because there was some kind of disruption upstream so that what's normally produced isn't being produced. And so you always have to look at the particular supply chains and the kinds of stress that they might have. Did I communicate that roughly right?
Yeah, that was a fantastic summary. I have a few small notes just to add to it. In the sort of survey of existing theories of inflation that I did in the paper that James C. very ably summarized for us, specifically for the cost push guys, I think they have a tendency to focus on macrodynamic forces at work in the lens of cost push, partly because it has it relies on high-profile fights between labor unions and companies that the audience already kind of understands. And it makes a lot of sense that you would go to union fights in particular, since they're one of the big items that they typically fight over is cost of living adjustments built into their wage increases. And so that's an obvious, okay, if there was ever a time in which macrodynamic forces would convene specifically to raise inflation, it would probably be fought over the COLA adjustments, cost of living adjustments. And that leaves so much of the story untold. Focusing on COLA adjustments in these union fights leaves so much of the story untold, because it's putting what's really this incredibly interdependent micro-based phenomenon onto the backs of one union against one company fighting over one contract. And the way they make it work in a lot of the modern interpretations of cost push in this macrodynamic sense, the way they square how it gets from that fight to become a generalized inflationary episode, which is what people want to know about. They don't want to know about one. Well, they want to know about politically about a union fight, but in terms of the economics, they want to know about the inflationary episode. The way they square that is that there's typically what they call an information diffusional component to this, and that's a fancy way of saying people learn about the outcome of the fight and then replicate it.
Monkey see, monkey do.
Yeah. So one union fight or one company backlash against a union fight word gets out, it spreads, and it's all over the place. And that's really like when you look at the economic history of like the data of inflationary episodes, although there are union fights going on, inflation is not springing up specifically from those fights in the way that they're describing.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the things you can tell this is obviously wrong is that they're like, at no point in the U.S.'s history has there ever been enough percentage of the U.S. population who are in unions for this to actually work. Like at no point, even if you were to be really generous to them and only look at union density and like steel production, union density and stuff that are like as important parts of the supply chain, like it's just not enough people. Like it literally cannot be true that it is purely like a union cost adjustment thing because there's just not enough people.
Yeah. So in these models, one of the important tasks that they've given themselves is to estimate the coefficient of information diffusional content from these union fights. And so they will try to estimate that coefficient and thereby build a model that outputs what price increase we can expect from like labor militancy if you're on the right wing, or company price gouging if you're on the left wing.
Yeah, and this is really just like a perfect example. I think that Steve couldn't have possibly put it better, of the way that certain things that sound super sophisticated and intelligent, because you can have like rather pink economists using this framework, right? Like social democratic ones, but the thing is that like it sounds really fancy to be talking about like the informational communication coefficient or whatever. Like that sounds incredibly sophisticated, yeah. Right? But like actually what it is that it's this kind of like nutso story about how the reason why price rises happen across the economy is because people are picking union fights, when like empirically, and labor economists often do this, like, the ones who work for unions and stuff. It's like, it is almost always the case that wages lag cost of living, significantly. Yeah. So cost of living goes up, and that's why people at some point, usually years later, will try to, if they're organized, agitate for higher wages to catch up with cost of living. So like the causality of cost push, probably is not labor action. Like that's a sort of macro brain superstition. But funnily enough, this is kind of like the devil is in the details, because cost push as a general framework ought to probably be the basis for any reasonable theory of inflation, because the idea that it's costs going up that then whatever prices are downstream of those costs also go up, that is probably true. It's just that you have to look at particular supply chains and their costs, and not just like their labor costs, but all the costs that they have, and what cost in particular went up that affects those particular supply chains. But that's a different story, and it's a story that looks more like Steve's, and also a story that looks more like what's been going on in the world since 2020.
Some of the critics, when my paper and subsequent papers that were on the same vein as this came out, is saying that, we're just conflate, like, how are you guys really different than the cost push guys that you're critiquing for part of your paper? And it really comes down to this kind of macro brain, macro dynamic interpretation based on just wages, or just like one union fight, and then some, like, people see it and just copy it or something. And it leaves so much of the story untold.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the strength of looking at it through a supply chain. It's like you can have it has what for a normal person is a really simple idea, but for an economist is like unbelievably galaxy brain, absolutely impossible to comprehend idea that something can have multiple causes at the same time, and those multiple those you can't literally just reduce an entire thing that's happening to exactly one driver, which you would think would be a pretty not that controversial thing, but then economists can't tell the difference between a theory in which you can have multiple different things that are working on a supply chain and a theory where you can have a thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so in the COVID inflation that transpired just after the first of these pieces of ours came out, like it wasn't into full swing anyway in terms of being like a national phenomenon until just after. Like there's a beginning of a labor militancy upsurge, happily, but does like some people tried to line like the people who were predicting no inflation, but then we started to see a little bit of it, started to attribute it to this like macrodynamic cost push story eventually of like, well, either like, but you can tell that they are kind of hedging because there's like a bifurcation of interpretations of it. Like one is it really is just you can tell it's not that strong of a theory because there are two like diametrically opposed interpretations saying that like, oh, here's this corporate price gouging, or it's workers causing inflation themselves, which like like James C was saying, there's a lag typically associated that workers are just trying to catch up with the prices that were being raised by firms in order to keep up with inflation they generate.
Yeah, if we could talk more, I was hoping that I could actually get into the COVID inflation and its causes a little bit, if that's okay with folks, because not only because it's important in itself, but because I think this was actually one of our first successes as a magazine. So we launched as a magazine in April, I think it was, of 2022, but we've been working on the magazine from like 2020 on. So like
March of 2022.
It was March of 2022. That's right. But we'd been working on the magazine all through like 2020 and 2021, and the thing is that Steve's piece was kind of like taking shape. And, you know, we as editors, but then also as people who were like helping with the research and talking things out internally and talking with other people outside the collective, we're all kind of like sort of imbibing it and thinking about it when COVID hit, right? And one of the things that was rather magical, and there is written evidence of this, funnily enough, not as an article because the magazine didn't exist yet, but as a Twitter thread that I made actually on March 3rd of 2021. And the reason I'm being so specific about dates is because of what happened, where and I was just summarizing basically conversations that we had been having inside the magazine internally. You know, that was when some of the news stories were starting to come out about shortages that were being caused by COVID. So most famously, the chips shortage, where semiconductors, which take like a year to make, like from the moment that the order is put in to the moment when the thing is actually shipped, it's like a year. And if that process is disrupted, you have to start from the beginning. So the shutdowns in China shut down semiconductor production. And actually, I say China, but it was really China and Taiwan, like because both of those places have major chips companies. That basically screwed up chips production for like as long as the shutdown happened, and then after that, at a lag of like a year at least. And then that in turn caused a bunch of other shortages. The fact that we were all inside meant that like there was a huge problem in food, both in agriculture itself and in food processing factories, you know, where the raw products that we take out of the earth are turned into the packaged, bits and bobs that, you know, go to restaurants or to, you know, food product factories and things like that. Like you couldn't get people to work there, or if they did, you know, and you tried to like pay them extra or whatever, they would get sick. So they would stop production. So there was a labor shortage in agriculture as well. Then there was a container shortage, right? In shipping, where we weren't producing enough containers to actually ship stuff around the world. And if you can't do that, well, everything that somebody needs to make something is often now made in another country, or at least another part of a country, you know, that's connected by trucks. So if there's no containers, how do you get stuff from one place to the other? And the answer is that you don't. So they were just piling up like mountains in the in the docks of various countries, including here on the West Coast and the East Coast. So all of these shortages caused by the pandemic basically we're hitting key sectors of the economy, right? That everybody depends upon. So transportation, everybody needs it. Semiconductors, a whole bunch of manufacturing needs it. So that's why cars suddenly got super expensive, is because the chips in the machines that make the cars got more expensive and scarce, and not just expensive, but scarce. Like you just couldn't get them. And then food, everybody depends on. And, everybody buys groceries, restaurants need it. So restaurant prices went up. So you can see how specific sectors having these problems traveled down specific supply chains to produce the cost increases that we all started seeing. But here's the thing. All that stuff was happening from 2020 on. I did this thread on March 3rd of 2021. But the thing is that at that point, there was not yet inflation. We predicted that there was going to be inflation. And there was a lot of people, including left-wingers, including heterodox economists, who got really angry about this. Because for them, inflation, fear-mongering, this was in the context of the government printing out all the stimmy checks, right? So inflation, fear-mongering for them is kind of like something that a right-winger would do, by saying the government's printing too much money, so there's going to be inflation. Quantity theory of money stuff, Milton Friedman stuff, the stuff that they had experienced in the turn to neoliberalism from the 70s to the 80s, right? I understand that fear. But the thing is, this wasn't fear-mongering. These shortages, for very clear reasons that were clear if you had the supply chain theory of inflation framework, which unfortunately only we did because we hadn't published it yet, it was very clear that these shortages were going to cause cost increases in very well linked together nodes within supply chains that were going to travel down those supply chains and basically be economy wide. So I said so, because I had a hunch that it was going to be true and that it would be a big deal if it was true for validating these discussions that we were having internally. So I said some predictions. 1, there's going to be inflation in the next year or two, potentially lots. 2, it will be caused by cost increases due to the chip shortage and COVID-induced bottlenecks in agriculture and manufacturing. 3, they'll try to blame the stimmy checks and attempt to implement austerity. Now, at the time of that first tweet, inflation was at 2.6%, which is within normal bounds, although slightly higher than it had been before. By the end of that year, even actually I think just a few months later, it was at 4.7%. And in 2022, it would peak at 8.73%, which was the most inflation that we've seen since the crisis of the 70s, 50 years ago. The first success that we had as the magazine, before we even came out as a magazine, is that we successfully predicted the biggest inflationary crisis since the crisis of the 70s. And not only predicted it, but predicted its specific causes. Because as the thread kind of was continually updated over the course of that next year, people started digging in. And actually, a lot of journalism was uncovering that precisely those bottlenecks were leading to cost increases. There were other ones that were kind of added to it. So when the Ukraine war started in 2022, that increased global inflation because Ukraine is the world's single biggest, and by a lot, supplier of wheat, which is a key staple in diets across the planet. So the shortages that were created by the Ukraine war, by Russia's blockades, and also just by bombing and, the war disrupting the labor market over there and all these other kinds of things, that meant that there was less wheat being exported, which created bottlenecks in those supply chains, which led to the global increase in the price of wheat, which led to the global increase in anything that uses wheat, bread, and other food products. Beer, actually. I'm not wrong about that, right? Beer uses wheat. I should actually know that. But anyway,
bread.
Yeah, I think I think so. I had to do a double take there. So anyway, the point is that this was a really big deal because there were a lot of people, including in the Biden administration, who were denying that inflation was happening even as it was happening. And eventually they kind of shifted to a story where it was it'll be transitional because only demand pull inflation is real, right? This is clearly a cost push thing created by these shortages, but demand pull is the real form of inflation is when there's too much money in people's pockets. And that's not what's happening, clearly. So we'll be fine. We just have to wait. right? Which is not actually the attitude that you have to take. Inflation is inflation. And like, you know, if the causes are these disruptions in supply chains, you actually, I mean, this is like the really edgy take. You actually have to spend more money in order to unplug these bottlenecks. You know, it's far from inflation being a product of there being too much money in the economy. You might actually need to do government spending to, for example, hire people, you know, and take extra steps for precaution for their safety to unplug bottlenecks created by labor shortages. Or you might have to, like, you know, rapidly invest, you know, on a large scale, almost as if you're in a war, in order to create a new industry to, like, you know, to replace something like containers that you would normally import, you know, or something like that. So like these are the kinds of actions that a more muscular approach to the inflation would have been, but instead they basically just waited for the supply chains to fix themselves. Even when multinational corporations and their boards of directors were begging the government to actually intervene more, which is insane with economic planning. You know, you would never expect to hear something like that. But it was in the things like the pages of the Financial Times.
Speaking of the Financial Times, we do need to take another ad break, unfortunately. Yeah, do you know what the Financial Times will not be doing? It's buying ads on this show. Hasn't happened yet. Could happen. Would be very funny. But has not happened yet. All right, we are now back from ads. Yeah, I endeavored to have better ad pivots, but you know, you get what you get.
Speaking of like what they could have done differently, like there's a whole World War II playbook essentially that they just chose or they're ignorant of or chose to ignore, of like a system of price controls, rationing, and rapid redeployment of resources to unstuck the bottlenecks along and across supply chains on the domestic side to support the war front. There's no war going on for us directly right now, but it could have easily been replicated.
Yeah, and that's something I think is really interesting because eventually, like, as the inflationary crisis sort of went on, like, you did see a little bit of people trying stuff like this. Like, you saw Germany, if I'm remembering right, Germany did these price controls on like natural gas prices and stuff. But that gets into another interesting thing, which is that, so yeah, I think we should get into a bit of the sort of like I don't know how you describe it. The mainstream adoption of like a version of y'all's theory that eventually started happening, that eventually started to push like some of this stuff. Which, yeah, I guess we should introduce another person who, I don't know. The relationship between exactly what of your stuff she read is sort of unclear. But one of the things that happens in this sort of period is this German economist named Isabella Weber, who wrote a like fine, like mostly reasonable book about like the economists behind the reform period in the 80s in China, like started pushing. Well, actually, this is the thing where I'm sort of unclear of the timeline. I started pushing the greedflation thing, although she had a different name for it. But yeah, I was wondering if you talk about that sort of whole thing, because that was a really interesting sort of like turn in the whole inflationary discourse. Inflation discourse?
Yeah, I think prior to Weber's piece coming out, in the earliest phases of COVID in 2020 and 2021, before there was any inflation, there was a group of left-wing, like a fairly large swath of like left-wing academics, progressives, and liberals, and also the Biden administration itself, saying that inflation would be transitory and that we should, it will, if anything, it would be moderate, but would come right back down because like supply chains are so much more nimble now than they were in like the 70s and 80s, and like liquidity sources are so much more plentiful that they have so many more, like, I'm probably giving them too much credit, actually. I think they literally just were like...
Yeah, there was no because that I remember. Like, that would be,
They didn't really have a because, actually. I'm filling in the blanks for them as I go, I think. They were just saying, it's going to be transitory because it hasn't happened.
Yeah.
And like when it, obviously in late 2022 to through the middle of 2023, when there was obvious evidence that wasn't the case, then they like really did, like they went like hard to starboard and said like, okay, the inflation that we see, it's because of corporate greed, and it just reduces to that now.
Yeah,
and so it's like a purely opportunistic thing between of like the largest corporations, and then, you know, maybe later people saw that and did monkey see, monkey do, but it's because of them.
And to be fair, like the tricky thing here is that like so I'll preface this by saying that, like, you know, and I think this is true of Steve too. Like, I really respect Isabella Weber's work when it's good, you know, and which is often, you know, like I think that she's a very solid heterodox economist who has some really important refutations of mainstream ideas. And as an example of the good stuff, for example, she actually one of the underrated aspects of a paper that kind of pushes what is popularly known as the greedflation thing. The better part of that paper is that it actually creates a map of the current today's supply chains in the U.S., like, you know, and identifies the key nodes. You know, and she uses this method called input-output tables, which Steve and I have written about, and we're going to write about it more on the magazine. This is like the main tool that you can use to do real economic planning.
JMC has been sending me input-output tables for like 7 years now. Like,
I just scream about it.
I should make it clear. It's like the IO table stuff was amazing, and I think people just latched on to kind of really not like hardly the most important part of her piece.
Yeah, and that by the way, I mean, I don't know if she read Steve's piece or not, but it is a huge vindication of Steve's piece, which came out like a year and a half before. You know, because it's basically mapping the supply chains that Steve talks about using IO tables and saying, okay, these are the nodes. If prices go up here, everything downstream of them will go up, and that basically hits most sectors of the economy. Like, and knowing what those nodes are is like super important, because then you can figure out how to protect them. You know, like that's actually like one of the key things that, you know, one wishes that governments were doing. It would be one of the few useful things that they could do in a situation like this, right? But unfortunately, there's another aspect of her work which is more, and this also comes from heterodox theory, but it's just not good theory in my opinion. And it's this whole deal with like, okay, inflation is prices going up, so why are the prices going up? Well, a lot of them are going up because corporate management sees that everybody's talking about inflation. Now, maybe their costs, they're not in one of these sectors where upstream their suppliers are raising prices. They're actually getting the same prices for their ingredients as always. But because everybody's talking about inflation, they're expecting prices to go up, right? So why not just raise prices? You know, and so like that basically ended up that basically ended up being a theory of like, well, a lot of the price rises that are going up is because of corporate greed, and corporations are always greedy, but a situation where people are talking about inflation means that they can basically get away with a price rise that they wouldn't be able to get away with normally. Now, there might be situations like this. I'm not even denying that that's the case. Like, there are clearly, you know, based on a couple of journalistic exposés, some companies whose costs have not really gone up, but they're raising the prices opportunistically so that they can do higher payoffs for the shareholders and upper management. However, as a primary explanation for why the inflation happened, as an argument for the main cause of the inflation, and therefore for what the main solution should be, which is slapping on price controls and saying, no, you can't do this, I don't think that that's tenable, because there are clearly biophysical stressors in at least the places that are experiencing them, that are traveling down supply chains, where if you slap price controls down, that's not going to get you more chips. That like, at least not by itself and in itself. Price control should be part of the picture, but that's not, especially in situations where there is corporate greed sort of driven price rises, but that's just not an explanation for everything. And some of Weber's followers, not necessarily her, but some of the people who are like promoting this perspective are doing so, again, partly in order to avoid conversation, in my opinion, about these kinds of biophysical bottlenecks and how they might be undone. And it's a huge issue. One thing to kind of like conclude is that like, this whole thing that we've been saying about the supply chain as disruptions to the supply chain as the cause of a progenitor price increase by people in the affected sectors, which in turn, through their connections to a bunch of customers, leads to price rises across at least sectors of the economy. That whole story allowed us to kind of see all this. A lot of the inflation that's happened in the world since 2020, we saw it coming, and we saw specific causes coming. And now, no less a capitalist institution than the IMF, right, has kind of been forced, reluctantly, I would say, in some ways, to admit that, as Christine Lagarde said recently, energy played a significant role. Then food kicked in. And energy is now fading. Now they still want to make it about wages, right? Like, I mean, that's the thing that ends up happening in a crisis like this, is that they do want to blame wage increases, but it is quite clear that even the authorities have needed to kind of admit that these specific measurable biophysical crises have been the main source of the inflation. And then a great deal of the battle has been over who's going to kind of like who's going to have to narrow their ambitions for their goals as a result of it, capital or labor. And this is where I think Weber is on firmer ground. Not as an explanation for the inflation, but afterwards. After inflation has already kicked in, who ends up having to quote unquote foot the bill, right? There's now like less money coming in these companies. So do you give it to workers so that they can, since their money buys them less, compared to rising costs of living, you give them a little bit more so that they can like kind of like balance it out? Or do you give it to management? Now obviously, if it's management making the decision about what to do with the company's surplus, because we live in a capitalist economy that's a dictatorship of the big owners, guess what they're going to say? Yeah. And now you have therefore a class struggle, the distributional conflict that some of the kind of traditional cost push theorists always talk about between capital and labor over what to do with these rising markups in firms. Now, they would say that's why the inflation happened. I think I would say, and I think Steve would be in agreement with this, that it's what happens after inflation. An inflationary crisis kicks in, and then there's a battle between capital and labor over who gets screwed as a result. I think that's kind of the way that we should think about a lot of the labor struggles that have taken place since COVID.
Yeah. I also like to add that there's kind of like a distinction that needs to be drawn between like companies, typically small and medium-sized ones, who exist within larger supply chains, who are sort of like doing what they must, versus large corporations, often multinational, there's documented evidence that yes, there's some opportunistic price increases that they are administering at the same time. So there's a mixture, I would say, bias towards the former group, those who have to do what they have to do in order to socially provision themselves. But there's a mixture of them, and so you have to look at like who are the price leaders, and are they opportunistically raising prices, and are people copying that? Yes, sometimes. But as far as like the progenitor price increase that we keep talking about, in our pieces, like that very often, like, and this is borne out in the surveys, like when they were asked like for their reasoning as to why they raised prices, it was typically like for reasons like that are quote unquote socially acceptable, at least to say. And for the most part, they were just defending their margins. Like they were at risk of going under.
Right. Yeah.
And so you have to weigh, there's a dynamic there's an interplay between that group and then the opportunistic group. And so it really doesn't like reduce neatly into the greedflation sort of like bastardization of Weber's otherwise really excellent piece that goes through some like interesting input-output analysis.
Yeah, and I think that like this is a really important thing for listeners, because I think a lot of left-wing listeners, if they ask what's inflation and a left-wing economist tells them because of corporate greed, they'll be like, yeah. But and they might listen to us and be like, well, it sounds like you're defending corporations. And I would argue, no, we're not. We're trying to understand the actual causes for things. And we think that this can actually help you. Because, for example, if a company, let's say that you're in a company that is part of this wave of unionizations where, let's say you're a Starbucks worker and people want to start up a Starbucks union. Maybe one of the ways that management is trying to kind of like screw over your union is to tell people who are on the fence, well, like the reason why there's so much inflation is because of these unions. Like we have to all stick together, and the company's got your best interests at heart. So you don't join this union that's going to be pushing for wages that are ultimately just going to get eaten up by inflation. Like let management figure out what's best, because otherwise you'll just end up screwing up the whole economy. And which is not unheard of. It might be something that they'll fall back on in negotiations or in their anti-union propaganda. If you know that the actual cause of the inflation has to do with disrupted supply chains, and that really the question is who's going to be screwed over and who's not within the company, you can go back and say, hey, wages are always chasing cost of living increases. The cost of living increases happened before the big unionization wave kicked off, and we can tell that it's specific causes in logistics, and it's specific causes in chips, and it's specific causes in agriculture that are causing the price of this, that, and the other thing. You can even map out your company's supply chain and maybe point out certain cost increases that caused it. And you can say, okay, so we're going to have to raise our prices, but where's that money going to go? Not all of it should go to management. Some of it should go to us. So this is what a materialist understanding of how the actual causes of the thing worked out can help you in organizing your workplace and in pushing back against the kinds of things that your boss might try to tell you. So that's what I would say to somebody who's like, oh, well, you're just defending corporations. No, I'm absolutely not. But I don't think that we can actually have power. We can actually kind of like take direct actions that really matter because they're actually going to make life better for us and our friends. And our loved ones. Like, I don't think that we can actually do that unless we understand how the world works. And sometimes the world works in a way that doesn't necessarily look like we would most expect it to or most wish it to. But nevertheless, you have to kind of see how it works so that you can then figure out what's the best intervention that I can make into it, given where I'm at, the institutions that I work through, the coalitions that I can put together, and that kind of thing.
Yeah, and I think this is a kind of like left field like take on this too, but like there are lots of sort of, if you go through like an economic price history or like an economic history of like the socialist period in China, right? Like you will find them having to deal with like basically exactly the same shit where they have these like massive inflationary spikes that have to do with like basically these, I mean, for them, it was less supply chain breakdowns as like, they'd get these supply chain bottlenecks and they just like didn't have a way through them. And like people fucking that up, like there was a decent argument that like that's part of what caused the Great Leap Forward was people not fucking understanding that, like not quite understanding how to like deal with their supply chain stuff and seeing this kind of like inflation like issue kicking in and being like, fuck it, we're to do something that's completely nuts. And, that went like about as badly as like any attempt anyone has ever tried to do, like to fix any problem has ever gone. And the larger the number of people who actually understand how this stuff works, even in sort of like, even on a kind of like not enormously granular level, the more likely you are to have someone who's has the ability to make a decision where this stuff matters. And, and like, yeah, you could be like, oh, well, like the odds that we're ever going to be in a place where this matters is like directly, you're going to be the one making the decision is pretty low. But like, it's not zero. It's happened to people before. And them not knowing about it was like a really apocalyptic disaster. And we can, avoid doing stuff like that by having a better understanding of like how our supply chains function and what effect that has on sort of economic distribution and stuff like that. And so, yeah, that's one of my two pitches. And my other pitch on this is I don't know how it's hard to actually gauge the influence of discourse on policymakers, especially when they're as opaque as like the chairman of the Federal Reserve. But it is worth noting that we didn't get a like Volcker style 15% like interest rate increase. And I think there's a non-zero argument. The fact that there were other alternative explanations to inflation like around and that enough people were pushing them like is a reason why we didn't get one of these like a Volcker style thing, which would have pushed employment to like unemployment to like 25%, destroy the entire global economy. And that, you know, like we can count that as a fucking W, because as bad as things are right now, like the world where Jerome Powell pulls the trigger and hits the like, hey, I'm now a monetarist, like I'm gonna decrease the money supply button and jacks the interest rate up to like 50%. Like that world is so much worse than this one. It is difficult to imagine.
Yeah, I think we dodged a bullet of like the 12% federal funds rate this time.
Yeah,
so we've surpassed monetarism to an extent anyway. They're still doing some quantitative tightening.
Yeah,
but I don't know. At least as like a mortgage industry professional, I'm kind of hoping he keeps it under 6 for the federal funds rate.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens there, but we haven't gotten the apocalyptic reaction that like we very, very easily could have, like to the extent that like I'm pretty sure if this had happened under Obama, we'd be in like a recession that would have made 2008 look like a joke right now. So
yeah,
well, okay.
I think that there's a lot more to discuss about it because and it seems like we're going to probably have a part 2 to this at some point.
Yeah.
So we can probably get into it there because we have actually an essay that we published about interest rates, which had an even bigger influence than this. Than these early essays that we're talking about. But you know, like at the end of the day, I think that what's most important about what we've discussed is this for me, like having this model, which we developed, you know, obviously like Steve developed it out of as an expansion of the logic of Fred Lee's work. And Fred Lee was not actually particularly original. He just synthesized a whole bunch of stuff that existed previously, like these pricing studies by Gardner Means in the 30s and pricing studies over the next 100 years from all sorts of different people. You know, into his post-Keynesian price theory and stuff like that, the cost plus markup stuff. But having a theory that's developed by looking at the world and building your abstractions up out of things that you can see, particularly in a field like economics that's so complex that you have to kind of start with like observable relations between actual institutions that exist in the world, that empowered us. You know, that allowed us, who really we're just like 4 weirdos, started a magazine, right? Like 4 anarchist-ish weirdos. But that allowed us to see earlier than like most people, including a lot of like credentialed professionals, what was going to happen in the future, at least the near future. Like, you know, the next like 2 to 5 years from that vantage point, which was like 2021. That is really incredible. And I'm not saying that to brag, like, although it is certainly something that I take a sick pleasure in. It's also informative. Because think about all the things about which we don't have that concrete material picture. The question of how we're going to get fossil fuels out of agricultural production without causing famines, right? The question of what do you do now that we have the internet? Like, how do you govern that? Because it's clearly not working under these giant vertically integrated media oligopolies with the platforms, but it's also not going to work if we put it under the government. So what the hell do we do about it? You know, it's like there's all these key questions that we just don't have even like working models of like what the world is even like right now, much less like, you know, what could plausibly be done with it, right, to make it a better place. And obviously, like, you know, some of this sounds like stuff that governments should do, but a lot of this is actually stuff that social movements need. If you think the rent is too damn high in your city and you organize a tenants union that has real political muscle and you actually like have the ability to do stoppages or other actions that can really like bully the local city government, okay, but what do you ask for? What do you demand? Or what do you try to put into place yourself using your own money? Like, what do you do? If the rent is too damn high, how do you get it lower? And it's like, oh, well, there shouldn't be rent. We should abolish it. Okay, how do you do that? You know, you need models of the world. And that's what we've been trying to kind of build in the magazine more than anything else, especially in our econ coverage. So there's a lot more that happened after this. We'll probably have a part 2, but I just to wrap up the story up to then. So we did launch the magazine. We did put out Steve's essay, but then a really remarkable thing happened, which is that we started getting, like all magazines do, people who came in the slush pile who were inspired by Steve's work and were like, this makes the most sense of anything that I've heard, and I want to build on it too. So we started publishing other essays that were kind of building on the research program that Steve kind of got us started on. And although our sort of influence was difficult to calculate in terms of like, you know, how much we influenced the discussion, you know, in these early stages before the magazine was even up and running, afterwards, after we kind of published the people that I'm talking about, some of those pieces have actually definitely influenced the conversation in really exciting ways. And I think that we can talk about some of that next time.
Yeah, so that will be at some point in the future. I don't know. I'm not going to put down a definitive date when it happens because I don't know. The world is chaos and this. Yeah. But however, this story will continue in part 2, ... Yeah. So Steve, JMC, thank you both so much for joining me. And yeah, do you have, where can people go to find the magazine and you two if they want to find you?
Oh, you can go to strangematters.coop. That's our main website. If you want to subscribe, we have digital subscriptions starting at $5, and print monthly is $7.99. There are also annual subscriptions too.
Yeah, and please do consider subscribing or donating. You can actually donate any amount of money to us. We're not a nonprofit, so it's not tax deductible, but it would be a really helpful donation because any dollar that we get that doesn't go to our capitalist overlords, you know, for the services that we have to use to keep the magazine going. All of that goes right now to our writers. And we try to pay our writers above market rate for magazines of our size. And you know, to do that is very difficult. You know, we need to. So if you want to support worker-controlled media production that's financially independent, we don't have any big foundations, you know, like telling us what to write or things like that. It's all like basically small donations and subscriptions. Like, you know, if you want to keep that kind of media alive and keep this kind of economic analysis alive, along with our cultural, philosophical, historical, anthropological, literary stuff, then please consider it because we could really use the support.
Yeah, so go do that. Yeah, and go read some of the work that y'all have done on inflation because it's really good. And yeah, this has been It Could Happen Here. You can find us in the usual places. And yes, go into the world and cause mischief.
Support for the show comes from Public, the investing platform for those who take it seriously. On Public, you can build a multi-asset portfolio of stocks, bonds, options, crypto, and now generated assets, which allow you to turn any idea into an investable index with AI. It all starts with your prompt. From renewable energy companies with high free cash flow to semiconductor suppliers growing revenue over 20% year over year, you can literally type any prompt and put the AI to work. It screens thousands of stocks, builds a one-of-a-kind index, and lets you backtest it against the S&P 500. 100. Then you can invest in a few clicks. Generated assets are like ETFs with infinite possibilities, completely customizable and based on your thesis, not someone else's. Go to public.com/podcast and earn an uncapped 1% bonus when you transfer your portfolio. That's public.com/podcast. Paid for by Public Investing. Brokerage services by Open to the Public Investing Inc. Member FINRA and SIPC. Advisory services by Public Advisors LLC, SEC registered advisor. Generated assets is an interactive analysis tool. Output is for informational purposes only and is not an investment recommendation or advice. Complete disclosures available at public.com/disclosures.
Kids, pets, life, your sofa sees it all. But with a washable sofa, stains don't stand a chance. All of our sofa collections come with fully machine washable covers and cushions, making cleanup effortless. Liquid and stain-resistant fabrics provide extra protection against everyday messes. Plus, with modular designs, you can rearrange your sofa however you like. Perfect for growing families and changing spaces. Starting at just $699, it's time to upgrade to a stress-free, mess-proof sofa. Visit washablesofas.com today and save. Offers are subject to change and certain restrictions may apply.
Pro drivers live for race day, but for small business owners, every day is race day. That's why going pro with Lenovo Pro matters. One-on-one advice, IT solutions, and customized hardware powered by Intel Core Ultra processors keep your business on the right track. Business goes pro with Lenovo Pro. Sign up for free at lenovo.com/pro.
Lenovo.
This summer has been a critical junction in the fight against Cop City, the Atlanta Police Foundation's massive proposed training facility in DeKalb County, which is slated to begin construction later this very month. The last week of action in March of 2023 drew in over 1,000 people against Cop City and saw hundreds of forest defenders attack en masse the construction equipment and police infrastructure stored on the site, in a pretty successful action. The police repression came down hard, but the militancy of the forest defenders left a pretty impressionable mark. Later that month, DeKalb County closed and barricaded Entrenchment Creek Park, citing public safety concerns and allegedly found booby traps. Police did an exhaustive sweep of the forest and established a relatively firm control of the territory. After a year and a half of there being a nearly continuous presence in the Weelaunee by forest defenders, now the police began a forest occupation of their own. During the month that followed, the Atlanta Police Foundation, or the APF, rushed to clear-cut around 90 acres of the Weelaunee forest, seemingly in a ploy to show investors and the city that they are committed to the project and to crush the spirits of those who've spent years opposing the facility and defending the forest. People then set their sights on the Atlanta City Council, who in early June was to vote on whether or not to provide taxpayer funding for the APF's project. Over 23 hours of public comment across multiple days, almost universally against Cop City, culminated at the June 5th City Council meeting, which lasted into the early hours of the next morning. Despite the record-breaking turnout opposing the facility, in the early morning of Tuesday, June 6th, the Atlanta City Council voted 11-4 in favor of the $67 million funding package to build Cop City. The next day, a group of community organizers announced a referendum campaign to collect tens of thousands of petition signatures from Atlanta voters to put the Cop City land lease on the upcoming ballot. City Council approving public funds for Cop City was certainly disappointing, but not quite unexpected, because another week of action to stop Cop City was already planned for later that same month. This is It Could Happen Here. I'm Garrison Davis. In this 3-part series, I'll be talking about what's been happening in Atlanta this summer to stop Cop City. If you want to hear more about the background of this movement, in the month of May, we put out a 5-part series on the week of action from that spring, along with the few other previous Defend the Forest and Stop Cop City miniseries published over the course of the last year and a half. With much of the forest already destroyed and no easy access to Entrenchment Creek Park, this week of action in June was set to be very unlike any that had come before. The kickoff rally was to begin on Saturday, June 24th at Brownwood Park in East Atlanta. I made my way there and met up with Matt from the Atlanta Community Press Collective. my first feeling walking in is like it felt very Society of the Spectacle in terms of like the ratio of cameras to participants was the most extreme that I've really ever seen for like, you know, a week of action. And, like there was
outside of like a press conference.
Yeah, and like it felt like there was so many just cameras looming around, and it's like there's so many people trying to make a simulacrum of the movements to sell back to other people at this point in time. And like there's just that's just a very large pervasive feeling, and that combined with the more liberalization of certain aspects. Like again, compared to the last week of action, which felt there was a strong militant contingent.
I mean, and even like the liberal contingent was still
they were still chanting, if you build it, we will burn it. And that's not the vibe here.
Those are not the vibes.
That's not the vibe here. There's definitely a big separation in terms of what types of people are at what side of the park right now. There's a more like forested section of the park with a creek on the south side, which is where people are setting up some camping sites, have a kitchen, that's where the welcome tent is. And then there's the other side of the park that has like the rec center and the playground, which seems more like family-friendly stuff.
Yeah, there are kids there. There's the popcorn setup.
There's more like
bouncy house.
There is a bouncy house, which is great. Return to the bouncy house. They couldn't keep this movement down. I won't rest until every bouncy house in Atlanta is destroyed. Until the cops destroy every bouncy castle in Atlanta. Till every bouncy castle is deflated.
That is the new movement slogan.
In contrast to the last kickoff rally at Gresham Park, which felt very unified, this time there was a noticeable separation in terms of what types of people are on the two sides of the park. People wearing camouflage and masks were more situated on the south side of the park, where tents were being set up, versus people by the playground who were going around with the referendum sign-up sheet and where all the food was being handed out. It's so separated.
You can't even see.
No,
I feel like
the two groups cannot see each other, and even like people like
there's a metaphor there.
And even like
there's a metaphor.
Yeah. Turnout seemed to be a bit lower than some people expected, and it was definitely much lower compared to the previous few weeks of action. And overall, the rally was very muted and lacked a sense of energy or focus. Like the rally was supposed to start at 11, which kind of just like nothing happened. Like it felt very directionless. Felt like people did not quite know why they were there at this point in time.
It was almost noon before anyone really spoke on the bullhorn, and the music didn't start until noon. And then, what was it, like half hour ago? So like 12:30 probably when the first like speaker said anything.
From the Faith Coalition. I don't know. So far, the rally kind of feels like a microcosm of the entire movement at this point. Just not quite sure where to direct the energy to. There's a feeling that like people should do something, but they don't quite know how to. They haven't decided how that should be directed yet. And so it's like there's some people showing up, but it's just like it feels kind of stagnant. And like there's this need to evolve right now, and I don't know, I think maybe people got burnt out from the city council thing, so there's a lot of energy being pumped into that.
Yeah.
And then I guess some people...
was like 3 weeks of pushing energy.
And that was only like 2 weeks ago. Like that's still very recent, or like
3 weeks ago now.
3 weeks ago. But it still feels very raw. Walking down the pathway on the south side of Brownwood, you could see people setting up tents, carrying camping supplies and big jugs of water. Other people were assembling a makeshift kitchen in the tree line. And all of that was physically reminiscent of the last week of action. But being 4 miles away from the forest at Brownwood Park, instead of the Woolani, impacted the feeling on the ground. We're so far away from the forest, there's like that separation of space. Like it feels so distant and...
Distant even more than Gresham Park. Though.
Even more than Gresham.
Like if this were happening in Gresham Park, I think that might even be a different feeling.
Yeah.
Because at least you're attached to the Woolani.
There was more determination on like the south side of the park. Like you could feel like people want to do something physically, and they were. But it's even still unclear how it's going to get directed towards like what is this doing to stop Cop City right now? Like that's the big thing is like people are trying to figure that out. And there's people here, but like what are people actually going to be doing?
That's the question. That is going to be unanswered, at least today, I would say.
The last week of action in March was very important in terms of setting the stage for what the next few months would look like. The direct action that happened on Sunday during the music festival was very important and successful, but also carried large ramifications for how the rest of the movement would be shaped in terms of the police repression and increased police presence in the forest. The weeks of action definitely have this ability to affect how the movement as a whole evolves in the subsequent months. On Saturday, there were worries that if things were simply going to continue to be like this kickoff rally, that wouldn't be a positive direction and would be a bad sign.
It's just so, I mean, it's hard not to compare this to the last week of action kickoff rally at Gresham, which just felt so different. Like that, there was like almost 10 times as many people. There was like a feeling of like motion. There was a feeling of like we have to go do a thing, and we're going to do it no matter what. Like we don't know what's going to be on the other side of the tunnel, but we're going there to do it anyway.
We're going to find out together, and there was
a lot of determination, and then there was a lot of like a pointedness. Like they knew where they were going, and this does not. It lacks that pointedness. It feels like people aren't quite sure why they're here or what to do at this point in time, and if the movement wants to be able to continue in its goals, it has to find some way to evolve in these next 2 months as construction's going to ramp up. And I guess this week will be
the bellwether, either a bellwether or a learning experience. It might not be any sort of death knell, but it will have to be a learning experience probably.
Yeah, that's kind of most of my thoughts so far based on walking through both places. There's just not much else to talk about because there's not much else happening.
Soon enough, however, other things did start happening, thanks to the Atlanta Police Department. But throughout that afternoon, things remained mostly low-key, and as the day went on, the gathering at Brownwood Park turned into a community barbecue, and people started to get a much more clear idea of what the expectations for that day were. As people settled into the park, there ceased to be any big anticipation for what everyone was going to be doing that first day. There was supposed to be a vigil for Tortuguita in the park that evening, which was interrupted by Atlanta police officers who swept through the park, issuing a quote-unquote friendly reminder that the park closed at 11 p.m.
All right, it's around 8:30. About 40 police officers just walked through Brownwood Park, telling people that are gathered here that the park closes at 11, and everyone's basically anticipating that police are going to try to sweep the entirety of the park, including the sections where people are trying to camp out around 11 p.m. The cops were walking south through the park as the crowd was walking and chanting along the way as well. Cops left under the heels of maybe 75 to 100 people who were chanting along the south side of Brownwood. They've been staging around Brownwood Park and Portland Avenue for the past hour or so. They had 20, 30 cars, around 40, 50 officers.
People decided they did not wish to stand their ground and fight off a possible police raid at Brownwood Park, so they spent the next few hours packing up all the supplies and equipment that they just spent all day setting up and then evacuated from the area.
Okay, it is 11:10 p.m. It seems like the cops essentially just did what I'm referring to as advanced bluffing. So they walked through around 8:30, warning people, hey, park closes at 11, which very much indicating that, hey, we're going to sweep through and fuck with your shit if you're still here. So the next few hours, people spent time, packing up, breaking down the tents, leaving, heading to other locations. And then at 11, we kind of just expected police to do a standard sweep through, destroy anything they find. If they find people, tell them to leave or else get arrested, standard stuff. At this point, there's about 7 or 8 police cruisers staged around the south side of the park, but they're not actually sweeping through because it's pretty clear that there's no one actually in the park at this point. It's just very clearly empty and quiet. So I don't even think cops are going to sweep through. It's been already 10, 15 minutes. We expected them to kind of sweep on the hour, but they just don't need to because it's very clear that no one's in the park. So they just kind of successfully bluffed themselves into getting everyone to leave. If there were people still here in a visible capacity, I'm sure police would sweep through, but there's no one visible in the park from any of the perimeters around, so they're just not even going to bother sweeping through. But yeah, it looks like this is the end of Brownwood Day 1 and the very kind of low-key kickoff rally. Still, the week definitely is lacking a sense of direction. There's been DeKalb SWAT doing perimeter sweeps around the Wilani Forest and around Gresham Park, where there's some future events planned. We will see how that plays out in these next few days.
It certainly seemed like police wanted to make some show of force early on in the week to stifle the week of action. The threat of a raid the very first night was indeed disruptive to the logistics for the week, but ultimately people were able to band together to keep each other safe and cared for. During this current general sense of directionlessness, there were a lot of questions on how the movement will change during this turning point, with little in the way of obvious answers or new paths of resistance. The following Sunday and Monday of the week continued to be mostly low-key. People used those days to facilitate workshops and discussions to work through the shift the movement was going through. At the end of the week, I sat down with Matt in East Atlanta Village to talk about the week as a whole and compare notes. Here's a bit of our conversation talking about the discussions that started happening during those first few days.
This was a week of discussions.
It was. It really was.
There was a lot of meetings. There was a lot of discussions happening. People figuring out, what do we do? Like, if we actually want to stop Cop City and it's going to get built in these next few months, like, now is the time to figure out what the fuck to do next. So people have been having those discussions this week. And if anything, the week of action has been useful in this sense that it's brought a lot of people together so that they can have these generative conversations. And there was a lot more conversations during this week than last week. There was one on like what the state of the movement is now, especially with the referendum taking up more visibility. How are like radicals going to navigate this space and this movement with a lot of things in flux? And I think that was definitely my first read. Even on the kickoff rally, I felt like there was a lot of people like not sure what to do. It was very directionless. People were asking a lot of questions. And more questions were being asked all throughout the week. There was a lot of discussions, a lot of meetings about like, what do we do now? Like if construction's going to start in the next 2 months, like what is this movement going to do? Like that people can chant, if you build it, we will burn it, but chanting it and doing it's two different things. And the movement it's going to go through a period of evolution in these next few months. And with all of those questions being asked, I feel like the answer to those questions is going to be the actions people do take in these next few months.
In the aftermath of the clear-cutting, it felt like in some ways that the window of possibility for this movement was closing. As options seemed to be getting smaller, more people started pursuing the referendum as a potential means of stopping Cop City. But those in the more militant, anarchist wing of the movement were left questioning. After 2 years of employing a diversity of tactics largely led by direct action, if it's the right move to switch to an electoral strategy now when the situation is approaching its most dire. But since it is happening, whether they like it or not, anarchists were wondering what can people do so that the referendum doesn't completely dominate the narrative of the movement or disincentivize other evolutions of the struggle. Now, obviously, a group of people pursuing a referendum does not prohibit other people from engaging in direct action, but there still were worries that the referendum could become a sort of release mechanism for the movement, both in terms of new people's involvement being pushed toward this more liberalized electoral strategy instead of radical action, or if the petition or even potential ballot vote fails, then that being used as an indicator that most people in the city actually do want Cop City. But through all this, what anarchists can do, and what they typically do, is to encourage radical autonomy and self-determination, regardless of electoral strategies or outcomes. Whether or not a petition gets 60-some thousand signatures does not affect a burning construction vehicle. Just as these sort of discussions were happening, it's kind of fitting that on Monday, June 26th, we saw the first communique in months claiming responsibility for equipment sabotage. After the last week of action in March and subsequent police raids on the forest, increased security, the rapid clear-cutting, and big push for city council public comment followed by the start of the referendum, throughout that series of events, there really hadn't been much in the way of nocturnal direct action sabotage happening in Atlanta or across the country in solidarity. Once a core component of this movement was seriously lacking in the months leading up to this summer. And then suddenly, after the June week of action's mostly uneventful start, A post went up on the sketchy website, scenes.noblogs.org, claiming that a group of anonymous individuals snuck into a subcontractor's machine storage lot and poured hydrochloric acid into the oil tanks of 3 vehicles. The target was Brent Scarborough & Company, a Georgia-based subcontractor who was hired to clear-cut the Weelaunee Forest and was currently engaged in mass land grading on the site.
I drove by the site on Monday, and I saw, over 20 machines, actively working on the land.
Very Avatar.
Yes.
Or Fern Gully.
Or Fern Gully, the Superior film. But no, it's the site's being very actively worked on. I've never seen that many machines doing active work.
Yeah.
All moving at the same time.
Early Monday morning, the Stop Cop City referendum put out a strong statement of solidarity with, quote, all tactics on the road to collective liberation, unquote, and openly rejected the state's framing of, quote unquote, violent and non-violent resistance. To briefly quote a few of the last sentences of the statement, quote, the Cop City Vote referendum campaign is grounded in the values of abolitionist organizing and racial and environmental justice. We also recognize our chosen tactic is a single intervention in a wide rainbow of fighting state repression. We seek to use the Cop City referendum to leverage local power, educate and activate our communities, and build networks that can strengthen our city and future mobilizations. The referendum is one piece of a vibrant, multifaceted movement, one that defies respectable categorization as well as state violence and repression. The Cop City Vote Referendum Coalition stands in solidarity and full support of the Stop Cop City Week of Action, the larger movement, and abolitionist organizers and activists across the city, unquote.
Unintentionally, these two things coincided. There was the release of the scenes, the first sabotage in months, and then the referendum release that same day, this solidarity statement for all actions taken to Stop Cop City. I just think that the statement itself needs to be highlighted, I think it seems like they're going to stick to that.
The solidarity statement was widely applauded and seen as a good sign regarding the referendum's place in the larger fight against Cop City and how it was not intending to take space away from other aspects of the movement. Tuesday morning, there was a small protest outside the DeKalb County Board of Commissioners building to call for the reopening of Entrenchment Creek Park. The park was a common gathering spot for the movement and where many people camped during previous weeks of action. An executive order from DeKalb CEO Michael Thurmond closed the park late last March as the police geared up to fortify Weelaunee and speed run all of the tree felling.
So I sat in the Board of Commissioners meeting, and it's different than a city council meeting where anybody who signs up to do public comment can do public comment. They only allot 30 minutes of public comment. So that amounts to 10 speakers, and I think about 6 of them were actually there for to talk about opening the park. And then the rally, I think it was something like 30 people. It was a student organized rally, and they did a couple speakers, and then that was it. Not much from DeKalb. DeKalb only came out to make sure that they weren't blocking a pathway, and it was kind of hands off. I did get a parking ticket. That was my fault.
You did?
Yeah, I let my parking expire for 12 minutes.
A legalist, Matt Scott at the ACPC. Wow.
And the minute I do something illegal, I get a traffic ticket.
Previously in June, the DeKalb CEO proposed a $1.8 million construction plan necessary to reopen the park, but no clear date on when that would happen. One county commissioner has been trying to fast-track reopening the park, but their resolution has repeatedly been deferred by the county board. The soonest it will be reconsidered is October 10th. Meanwhile, the park will remain indefinitely closed. Throughout the first few days of the week of action, there was something kind of looming over everyone's heads. There was a march planned from Gresham Park towards Weelaunee that was to take place on the evening of Wednesday, June 28th. The police response to this action was primed to be the most intense out of the week. The path to Entrenchment Creek Park is a pretty closed-in bike path, with a tunnel going under an overpass where police have been staging to prevent people from entering the forest.
No, it definitely felt like on Monday and Tuesday, everyone was still thinking about what would happen on Wednesday. What would happen on the march from Gresham Park. That was the big unknown. That was the big danger.
Like very palpable.
Yeah.
Concern about how that was going to play out.
Yep.
That probably, I mean, all the way back to Saturday, that was probably like playing through people's minds and causing some of that uncertainty.
Police were setting up perimeters around the forest in an increased capacity than the usual detail. Pretty early on in the day, there was a DeKalb County SWAT mobile command center posted up in a school parking lot next to the tunnel and bike path leading from Gresham to Woolani. Kind of as expected, this entire section of South Atlanta was crawling with police. Before people even gathered at Gresham Park, the day began with an unfortunately rocky start and the first arrest of the week outside Cadence Bank in Midtown. The protest was calling on the bank to cancel their $20 million construction loan given to the Atlanta Police Foundation.
So there was this action at Cadence Bank that they specifically didn't want media. And so none of us were there.
Yep.
And that was early in the morning. I think we found out about it at like noon or something.
Yeah.
So
like after I woke up.
Yeah. I think it was like they said 30 people, kind of like we saw the other day. On Friday, but as they were walking away, somebody gets, multiple. They try to arrest multiple people.
Police start chasing people. Someone gets grabbed and arrested. Another person gets detained and then let go. Seemed like a pretty chaotic scene. That's not a great way to start off the day where you have your most stressful action planned for later. You wake up, you get chased by cops, and you're expecting to go do a march in a few hours.
Yeah.
In the most heavily policed area of Atlanta right now.
The march was to take place on the same bike path from Gresham Park to Entrenchment Creek Park that people took during the kickoff rally at the last week of action. But much has changed on the ground since then. As people started to gather at Gresham Park on Wednesday evening, the numbers were quite small. As the night progressed, around 150 people eventually amassed, but it was still a small fraction of the number of people at the previous Gresham Park march, and with a much greater police presence. The exact plan for the night was heavily dependent on a lot of factors that it was impossible to explicitly know beforehand, like how many people would show up and what they would feel comfortable doing based on the police response.
All right, this is Wednesday, June 28th. Me and Matt from the Community Press Collective are gathered at Gresham Park. Overhead, you can hear the DeKalb helicopter circling.
Our favorite sound.
Our favorite sound, yes. There's about, I don't know, maybe 75...
No, we're more. We might be
close to 100. Close to 100 people gathered here in Gresham Park, and people have plans to march towards Woolani, or at least to the tunnel, and then what happens after that's kind of a big mystery. Definitely very different than the last time we were gathered in Gresham Park with a crowd of people.
We're missing the music, we're missing the Diwali paint clouds, we're missing the kids, we're missing maybe the vibes just in general.
Another 800 people or so. But I mean, people are setting out signs and some banners. Police have a decent presence around the tunnel, or the overpass over the tunnel, and around Woolani right now.
Yeah, all around the Woolani Triangle. There are APD and DeKalb County Police just hanging out more than usual. And at the fire station, there was more cops than I've seen since March 5th.
Since the last week of action. Earlier this morning, I saw a DeKalb County SWAT mobile command unit at the school next to the tunnel overpass, but I do not know where that is now. It was not parked there last time we drove by about half an hour ago. So yeah, just that is the update as of 6:30. So I'm guessing this crowd will start moving the next 30 minutes to 40 minutes.
Probably a half hour.
Yeah. All right.
Right as the crowd was about to set off, someone made an announcement that due to small numbers and large police presence, there was to be a change of plans. Instead of going all the way to Entrenchment Creek Park, or even the tunnel, they were going to march 1/3 of the way and stop on the bike path.
All right, it's around 7:20 p.m. About 150 people are leaving Gresham Park, and they announced they're going to be going to hold a small vigil near one of the felled trees on the bike path.
For a little while, the march was getting along fine. There was music and chanting, when suddenly, police made an early appearance.
Okay, so it's what, 7:40, 7:50?
7:41.
7:41 on Wednesday, June 28th. We are walking on the bike path and staged
25 minutes into the walk, and here we come upon our first police presence of the day along our path. So
looks like DeKalb County?
Yeah, 2 DeKalb County SUVs parked side by side along the path, but they're not out of their vehicles.
No. So I think the crowd
dispersal order.
They might try to give a dispersal order because there's too many people.
Yeah.
I didn't think they would try to fuck with it this soon. I thought they would wait till the tunnel.
A small number of police were posted up right before the first bridge on the bike path, roughly about halfway to the tunnel. If they wanted to, the crowd could have marched past the police, as they were not blocking the path. The 2 cop cars couldn't even follow behind because there was big metal bollards preventing vehicles from going on the wooden bridge. But the visible police caused the group to pause.
There was that one speech that we need to touch on from that night, and that was the speaker said, in order to win, we have to let go of the idea of losing while looking good.
Yeah.
And that, I think, is going to inform whatever the direct action side of things are for this next phase of the movement.
While paused in front of the police cruisers, the crowd deliberated on what they wanted to do and what they thought they could accomplish. After a few minutes of discussion, they decided that they were not prepared to unnecessarily sacrifice themselves. One of the people from the crowd spoke briefly, not only on this decision, but also how it fits into the difficult situation the movement has found itself in right now. I'm going to quote a little bit from this impromptu speech. Quote, "We shouldn't come away from this feeling demoralized. We should feel clarity, because we believe we set out to participate in a movement to obstruct the construction of a police militarization site. But that is not being allowed to happen. The people we're fighting against believe we are a domestic insurgency. They are treating us like an insurgency. The state is using militaristic language like denying anarchists operating space. And so we're going to great lengths to be safe, to play it safe, and to go slow and to proceed rationally and defend one another. But we're coming under constant attack. Everything we do, we're under attack," unquote. Just earlier that morning, people were attacked by the state and arrested as they stood on the sidewalk outside of a bank. Those who work to bail activists out of jail are attacked. People doing on-the-ground jail support are physically attacked and face police intimidation. Quote, "We don't want to be engaged in a failing struggle. Our enemy is treating us like terrorists. That's what they're calling us, and that's what they believe we are. It's not just a rhetorical trick. That's how they're treating the movement. And so we have to figure out how we're going to win because we intend to win. But you can't just only defend yourself. The safest thing for us to do is to never go to a protest about this movement again. If our top priority is safety, everyone who's not currently facing charges should move away, should not go to events or actions. But if we have a higher priority than safety alone, we're going to have to figure out what we're going to do to achieve that, which is going to require going on the offense when we're able and how we're able. This movement has been very creative, and we're going to have to continue to be more and more creative. And we're going to have to continue to deploy all available means in order to have this kind of offensive, victorious, and strong movement that we all deserve. When we fight, when we attack the enemy, when we have our offensive actions, we have to follow through with them. We have to go all the way with them. We have to be willing to believe in ourselves, to believe that we can win. And so, I believe that we are going to win this movement, and I think you guys believe that we're going to win this movement. But that's going to require us to abandon the idea of looking good while losing. We can't look good losing. So, are we going to look good losing, or are we going to win? Unquote.
All right, it is 8 o'clock. The crowd sat in the middle of the trail behind the first bridge where two DeKalb County vehicles are parked. They deliberated for a little bit, and then a few people spoke, and now the crowd has turned around and are marching back to Gresham Park.
Marching back, no arrests. We do have 2 helicopters now hanging over us. That's my favorite thing in the world.
And a lot of other DeKalb on the ground in other parts of the bike path and the trails.
Yeah, they would have walked directly into what looked like a full SWAT team above the bridge. So they made the right choice, is what it seems like to me.
Yeah, and they talked about their intentionality of the decision, and how it's important to not just keep losing while trying to look cool and throw yourself at a line of police.
Yeah, and that hopefully, I mean, what does that look like in practice? I guess we'll see over the next few months, 3 days.
3 days to 2 months, yeah.
3 days to several months. But it does sound like there's some attempt now at directionality that I wasn't seeing until maybe this.
This is the exact same march people tried to do back in March, and they did it, and they're trying to do it here again in June, and it doesn't work. It doesn't work
the first time. It doesn't work the second time.
It worked the first time. It doesn't work the second time. So now it's time to change something.
Change tactics. Yeah.
On the walk back to Gresham Park, we got clear photos of the amount of riot police waiting for us at the tunnel, and it was a great many.
Oh yeah, that is a lot.
Yeah, that's a lot of. That's a lot of.
It's a lot of DeKalb
That's a lot of riot police.
Yeah, and that was one of the vans posted above the tunnel.
Yeah. So.
Is that a trailer?
Yeah, that's what they bring all their riot shields in.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that would have sucked.
That would not have been fun.
No, that would have gone very poorly.
Would have been tear gas though. And I do miss being tear gassed.
I can spray you with pepper spray if you want.
It's not the same as tear gas.
I can spray you right now if you want.
Matt ultimately declined to be pepper sprayed. Tortuguita's mother, Belkis Tehran, came to Gresham Park to also join the march.
So what we had was 150 people and Belkis Tehran. And I think that plays a role in how this goes on.
No, having Belkis very visibly present, walking up to everybody there and greeting them. Just having her presence there affects what people want to do, and it reminds you of what's actually the actual stakes at hand. So you're caring for everyone around you in a much more conscious capacity. Yeah. Belkis spoke, a few other people spoke, and then they turned around and headed back to Gresham, and that was the decision that was made, and no one was hurt, no one was arrested. People got back to Gresham Park. Some people had ice cream.
2 people in particular had ice cream, and they were very happy about
very
it.
Excited.
And it definitely wasn't. Maybe it was us.
Other people also had ice cream.
Other people did have ice cream. I don't think they were quite as excited as we were.
Slightly overpriced ice cream.
Throughout the week, you could tell that people were really wanting to be back in the forest and Woolani People's Park. People made do gathering at Brownwood Park, but it wasn't the same. There was an undeniable distance between where people were gathered this week of action and the site of all the previous battles in the Woolani. The fact that so much of the forest had already been destroyed loomed heavily over the week, and that's something that people are still processing and are still comprehending.
Another big aspect of the week, this is the first week of action where people haven't gone in the Woolani.
Yeah, there's no action,
which feels weird.
Well, in we should say in the triangle, because the Woolani Forest obviously goes through.
The site, this is the first time that people haven't been in the forest, and that's a new thing to navigate. That's a new feeling to navigate. There's a different sense.
Multiple chants.
There's multiple chants being
not one leaf.
Don't cut down the
tree.
trees, and the trees are gone. It's the site's been cleared, and I think people are still catching up to that and realize it's still something that people are processing. And they're going to have to process that if they want to continue. They have to look at the situation being this is, we have to accept what has happened, so then we can choose what to do. Yeah. Because you can't
deny what the reality is.
No, and you can't act as if the trees are still there, because that's going to change the types of actions you do. You can't tree set in the trees. It's changing the actual actions people are going to take to try to stop Cop City.
Yeah.
I think the Wednesday action almost needed to happen. So many people still dream about, what if we could reoccupy Woolani? People are still caught in that headspace because They got so used to that over the course of almost 2 years. So inevitably, there was going to be an attempt where a few hundred people try to re-enter Weelaunee People's Park. There almost needed to be an attempt just to see what would happen. And we saw what would happen, and now people can use that action as reference when making future plans and decisions about actions. Because you can point back to this and demonstrate what the police response will be when people march to Weelaunee. Massive amounts of SWAT, riot police waiting for you, SWAT mobile command centers, heavily armed police staged on roads, overpasses, entrances, and all around the forest, specifically waiting for people to try to cross over or through the tunnel. So now people know what will happen if they try and do the same thing again. In some ways, it kind of needed to not just be theoretical speculation, but actually happen so that people can now truly allow themselves to evolve so that you don't have this question in the back of your head. Because now that question has been answered. You would be throwing yourself at a wall of SWAT in riot gear. And now everyone can let themselves evolve and start figuring out what new things can be fostered and imagined. We'll hear more about those evolutions and conclude my coverage of the Week of Action in the next episode. See you on the other side.
Support for the show comes from Public, the investing platform for those who take it seriously. On Public, you can build a multi-asset portfolio of stocks, bonds, options, crypto, and now generated assets, which allow you to turn any idea into an investable index with AI. It all starts with your prompt. From renewable energy companies with high free cash flow to semiconductor suppliers growing revenue over 20% year over year, you can literally type any prompt and put the AI to work. It screens thousands of stocks, builds a one-of-a-kind index, and lets you backtest it against the S&P 500. Then you can invest in a few clicks. Generated assets are like ETFs with infinite possibilities, completely customizable and based on your thesis, not someone else's. Go to public.com/podcast and earn an uncapped 1% bonus when you transfer your portfolio. That's public.com/podcast. Paid for by Public Investing. Brokerage services by Open to the Public Investing Inc. Member FINRA and SIPC. Advisory services by Public Advisors LLC, SEC registered advisor. Generated assets is an interactive analysis tool. Output is for informational purposes only and is not an investment recommendation or advice. Complete disclosures available at public.com/disclosures.
Life gets messy. Spills, stains, pet accidents, and kid chaos. But with Anabei, cleaning up is easy. Our sofas are fully machine washable, inside and out, so you never have to stress about messes again. Made with liquid and stain-resistant fabrics, that means fewer stains and more peace of mind. Designed for real life, our sofas feature changeable fabric covers, allowing you to refresh your style anytime. Need flexibility? Our modular design lets you rearrange your sofa effortlessly. Perfect for cozy apartments or spacious homes. Plus, they're earth-friendly and built to last. That's why over 200,000 happy customers have made the switch. Upgrade your space today. Sofas start at just $699. Visit washablesofas.com now and bring home a sofa made for life. That's washablesofas.com. Offers are subject to change and certain restrictions may apply.
There's no championship league for small business owners, but if there was, you'd be at the top of the standings. Because going pro with Lenovo Pro means you've got the winning formation. One-on-one advice, IT solutions, and customized hardware powered by Intel Core Ultra processors help you stay ahead of the competition. Business goes pro with Lenovo Pro. Sign up for free at lenovo.com/pro.
Lenovo.
Welcome back to It Could Happen Here. I'm Garrison Davis. This is part 2 of my mini-series about what's been happening this summer in Atlanta to stop Cop City. Last episode, we left off with the attempted march from Gresham Park to Entrenchment Creek Park, which some might say was a disappointment, but it also gave everyone more clarity about the current state of these types of direct action marches in Atlanta and the necessity for evolution. The main event on Thursday, June 29th, was a protest outside the Home Depot in the upscale retail district off of Ponce de Leon Avenue. Home Depot is one of the Atlanta Police Foundation's financial backers.
There had been a rumor that Home Depot was going to close early.
Earlier in the day.
I got there at 4:30. It wasn't closed, so I didn't see any signage. So I went and parked my car and came back. And like I think I got there at 4:50, and people were starting to line up along the road. Like, there's a Starbucks, and they were lining up along Ponce next to the Starbucks. And, you know, I'm talking to them, watching this. They're chanting, they're pulling out banners, and we get a call that they are arresting Lorraine Fontana. So Lorraine Fontana is a 76-year-old activist in Atlanta, and she's great. Like, she pops up everywhere. She's beloved by everyone. And so we get this call that Lorraine Fontana is being arrested, and I bolt as far as my little legs will take me, and then I have to stop and catch my breath, like right before I get there. But Lorraine and one other person were arrested in the parking lot right outside the Home Depot.
It's a store, but Home Depot corporate is here, and they did not want anybody protesting in the store. When they start reading out the letter, I asked them to go ahead and exit the premises. At that time, I also issued them a criminal trespass warning, telling them that Home Depot did not want their business or them inside the store.
After protesters left the store, they stood by a corner in the parking lot holding signs, where they were then approached by APD officers who then arrested 2 people without warning.
It does kind of just show APD, like, basically doing exactly what they would with anyone, except in this case, it's a 76-year-old woman who's like 5 or 4'11" or something like that. Like,
yeah.
No,
I mean, it was a lot of people were like surprised that this happened. Be like, how could the police do this? I think others were like not as surprised, being like, no, it's the APD. They like, it was a good demonstration for people, being like, showing that they do not care. They do not care if you're a 77-year-old woman or if you're a 19-year-old eco-terrorist. They're going to treat you roughly the same.
Yup.
After Lorraine's arrest, more and more people began showing up across the street from Home Depot, calling for their divestment from the Atlanta Police Foundation.
It got up to like 30, maybe 40 people.
Okay. Mostly just like chanting on the sidewalk,
Mostly chanting
around.
on the sidewalk, but then they started to like walk back and forth when the crosswalk was like there.
Yeah.
And they were pushing the limit, like seeing what they could get. But there was also, my favorite part was the APD officer who was sitting in his... I'm sorry. My favorite part was, fuck, I gotta do this without breaking down in the middle.
I did hear a little bit about this.
All right, take 3.
Take 3.
There was the APD officer that was sitting in his Ford Explorer on Ponce, and at one point he calls out on his loudspeaker, "I'm not an idiot. I swear I'm not an idiot," while he's backing up on Ponce with his lights on, just like, what are you doing?
I'm not an idiot.
Anyway.
I'm not an idiot.
A lot of questions.
No, I'm not.
People are asking a lot of questions.
Already answered by my shirt.
I'm not an idiot shirt.
Oh, it was great. So I caught like the briefest snippet of that audio, thankfully.
That's funny.
On Thursday night, after the Home Depot rally, there was a jail vigil around 10 p.m. for Lorraine at the Rice Street, Fulton County Jail.
So there are 2 jails. There's Atlanta City Detention Center, and then there's Fulton County Jail, which we just call Rice Street because it's off Rice Street.
Okay.
So when you get charged with criminal trespass, it's like a misdemeanor charge, and typically you would go to Atlanta City Detention Center, which still a jail, still terrible, but relatively like better.
Okay.
Fulton County Jail is, atrocious. It is, LaShawn Thompson, of course, the guy who was eaten alive in his cell by bugs because of neglect. That is Rice Street Jail.
That's the Fulton County Jail.
That's the Fulton County Jail. So we get word that Lorraine is at Fulton County Jail and not ACDC, which is pretty striking. So everybody goes down to do a jail vigil and noise demo.
For context, last September, LaShawn Thompson, a 35-year-old man, was found dead after spending 3 months in an infested Fulton County Jail psychiatric cell. His body was covered in 1,000 bug bites, and insects were found in his mouth, ears, nose, and all across his body. Such inhumane incidents are not an irregularity in Fulton County Jail. Just earlier this month, a 35-year-old named Christopher Smith died in Fulton County Jail. He had been held in custody since October 6, 2019, without bond on several unspecified felony and misdemeanor charges, according to the county sheriff's office. Last month, a 19-year-old girl died in Fulton County custody after being arrested on a minor misdemeanor charge. This past year alone, 6 people have died in the Fulton County jail system. People in Atlanta have been doing jail vigils and noise demos for years, and it's never really been a problem. Cops might tell people to move off to the side if the crowd gets to a certain size, but they have typically gone on without issue. But this time, Fulton County deputies came out and declared that people are not allowed to protest outside the jail, and ordered everyone to completely leave the parking lot and go all the way to the other side of this big hill, off of Rice Street jail property, in order to continue protesting. Which no one was really keen on doing. So this kind of game of chicken began.
They pull in a bunch more sheriff's deputies and threaten arrest, so people start making their way up the hill, linking arms, and they get to the top of the hill, and they're met with another group of protesters who had tried to come down, but they were stopped by police at the top of the hill. So now the crowd size essentially doubled, and the energy just goes through the roof. Both sides are just going back and forth. This deputy is completely overmatched. It didn't seem like Fulton County had a plan. Usually APD or DeKalb, they have some sort of protest plan. And Fulton was flying by the seat of their pants. And so all of our cars were down at the bottom of the hill. They were back in the Rice Street parking lot. And this becomes an issue because some of the protesters' cars are there. All of the media cars are there, down at the bottom of this hill. And they're not letting anyone go down. And this woman shows up to put, I think, money on her son's commissary card, and they don't let her down.
Jeez.
They're just shutting down jail
nobody's
operations.
Allowed, yeah.
Exactly. So they finally, first they're we're going to let you go down one by one. And everyone's hell no, we're not trusting you.
Yeah, sure, buddy. Let's go. Let's isolated move through this police fortress in an isolated manner.
Nothing could go wrong here. So then they're okay, you can go as a group.
Yeah, okay.
As long as you have your vehicles down there, you can go as a group. So they slowly start to make their way down.
Dad, do not proceed in the next 5 minutes. We're going to start doing what we have to do.
They get all the way to the bottom of the hill. They're in the parking lot and just on the edge of where the cars are, and they kind of stop moving. And the sheriff's deputy is y'all got to keep moving. And so they start moving again and then stop again. And then the sheriff's deputy says, all right, get them. And so then the deputies start moving in to make arrests, and quickly, this march kind of becomes this backward moving thing.
Yeah.
You can't see that I'm moving my hands to show Garrison, but it becomes this backward moving thing up the hill.
That's the bottom line. All right, that's what you're supposed to be. You're in the street, you will be taken in for custody. Get out the street. Get out the street. You're in the street, you will be taken in.
The crowd was able to leave before anyone was detained, but it was a quite tense situation. The sort of dynamic we saw at the jail vigil and Home Depot protest led directly into the next event on Friday morning, a previously announced second protest outside of Cadence Bank in Midtown, calling on Cadence Bank to cancel the Atlanta Police Foundation's $20 million construction loan.
All right, people are at a protest on Friday morning at Cadence Bank in Midtown Atlanta. There's maybe around a dozen people here chanting outside of the building. Also, about a dozen APD officers walking down from up the street, preparing to meet the crowd. They're moving in closer. They're walking in. Again, people still, I don't think anyone's even touched the glass door. Most of the people are just standing here on the sidewalk.
You know that game you play with your cats where they come at you, but they stop when you're watching them?
Yeah.
That's the game we're playing right now.
Yeah. We turn away, the cops advance, we look. This is also half of the Looney Tunes gags is this. They're doing a Michelin frog. All right, and they're now on the Cadence Bank property. They're starting to advance.
Police were yelling at people that they couldn't touch any of the steps leading up to the bank entrance, and that you weren't allowed to lean against any handrails because the metal pole was bank property. So once again, we got this little game of back and forth, except one side has guns and the power to arrest you.
Sir, that pole is your property as well. It's property. You gotta get off the property, man. Get off the pole. Get off the pole. No, you can't be on the pole.
You get off the pole.
Right? What's the ordinance?
Get off the pole.
What law? What law?
Thank you.
Cite the law. Cite the law. What's the law that prevents us from being on steps, huh?
Criminal trespass.
So you're trying to protect the building. So you're just trying to...
This cop said that the crowd's trying to incite a riot.
It feels very much like what you saw, I guess, in Portland. Obviously, I wasn't there, where there's an object that becomes the sacred goal, right?
And then you're battling over the thing because the thing has now been elevated.
You've given something like
meaning.
Actual physical like presence, and that is the thing that you are now fighting for.
It becomes like a symbolic
in front of a building that don't matter, but the police gave it significance.
But because the police turn it into this like symbolic thing, it now means more than it just being steps.
So there was this camera guy who like kept kind of stepping up and like pushing the envelope,
and eventually more activists put one foot on the steps, being like, okay, if you're gonna come after us for putting a foot on the bank steps, fine.
Come at us, like call the bluff.
Yeah, so there was like people yelling at the cop's face for like 45 minutes, maybe longer. Time always stretches during these sorts of things. It's hard to keep a sense of like temporal stability. Even just during weeks of action in general, it's always hard to keep a sense of temporal stability. That's the sense of time warps around. Days blend into each other. A day feels like a week feels like a day. It gets very fuzzy.
It gets incredibly trippy, and you're like, and the exhaustion, right? Like just compounds all of that.
There's a lot of things that feed into it.
Despite about a dozen people putting their foot on the sacred steps, the police did not decide to arrest anyone at this protest, and after about an hour of disruption, the crowd departed. The week of action ended, much like the last one, with the final rally being the Youth March back at Brownwood Park. Lorraine just got out on bail and spoke about the jail conditions to the crowd of 100 or so people gathered in the park on the morning of July 1st.
And I don't want people to forget that our movement is connected with lots of other stuff, one of which is prison abolition. And the idea that our so-called criminal justice system is such that people get just shoved behind bars. We don't want to see them. We don't care what happens to them. And even if haven't gone to trial yet, and they're in a jail awaiting hearing or awaiting a trial, they're treated like they already are the people that they're criminals. We don't have to care as much about them. They're kind of the other, the bad people.
Lorraine said that she was in a crowded holding cell with 22 other women and just a few metal benches, nothing else. This is where nearly 24 people had to sleep, had to eat, use the bathroom, all in one place for days on end. Women were trying to sit or sleep on either the hard benches or the floor. Some were attempting to use menstrual pads in place of a mattress. If they were lucky enough to be asleep, they were woken up at 2 a.m. for breakfast, and then again at 4 a.m. for head counting.
They were so full they didn't have room for the people that were being arrested. So they were in this holding cell. Some of them been there 3 days. It was something like 18 feet by 6 feet across. The last 6 feet were behind a divider that had a toilet, a single toilet in it. So it was even less room. The prison system is every day doing these kind of inhuman treatments to people that get arrested or are not yet guilty of anything.
Student organizers and parents also briefly spoke on why people are fighting against Cop City.
I don't want to live in a city, I don't want to live in a country, in a world that prioritizes the protection of private property through murder and state violence over the fundamental building blocks of life, okay? I think we need to be focusing on giving people places to live, giving people food to eat, water to drink, not on giving the police playgrounds where they can blow up bombs and shoot their guns. And that's why all of us together here need to come together, be as one here in beautiful community with children, with elders, everything in between, doing this amazing community building. I love being out here with y'all. It's so much fun to just like be working the popcorn machines and all that. And that's why we're all here together, because we know that community is the key for us to stop Cop City. Yeah. Stop Cop City!
Stop Cop City! And so as we fight to stop Cop City, we are fighting for investment in the things that make families thrive in this city. We telling Andre Jenkins, we telling the Atlanta Police Foundation that we demand that money be reinvested into housing for the people, child care for the people, education for the people, health care for the people, because those are the things that make our communities truly safe. And if they won't give it to us, we're going to build those networks of care in our communities ourselves. That is what makes days like today so beautiful. The fact that the people have the capacity to feed the people. The people have the capacity to make sure the people stay hydrated. People have the capacity to give each other medical care. And as we build out those networks of care, we make the government irrelevant. They can try to tell us what to do all day long. But if we continue to build people's power, well, they have to say, don't even matter. So are you ready to build that kind of world?
As people got ready to depart, the energy was noticeably higher than most other events that week. All right, it is Saturday morning on July 1st. This is the last day of the 6th week of action. The youth rally just left Brownwood Park and is now marching through East Atlanta Village. Shortly before the youth rally, news started to circulate that early that morning, just after midnight, several Atlanta police motorcycles and cop cars suffered mysterious damages, which possibly could have contributed to the more boisterous energy among some of the radical attendees. People are driving by and honking in support, as about 75 people, maybe 100, are as about 75 or 100 people are marching next to Metropolitan Avenue.
You think a fire truck would pull their air horn?
The fire trucks were kind of busy last night, actually. I'm not sure.
The fire trucks were busy doing what, Garrison?
Well, it seems like a lot of police motorcycles were found to be set on fire at the site of the old police training academy.
Sounded like some police cruisers were wrecked somewhere else in the city, too.
On Memorial Drive Southeast, it sounded like 3 cop cars were also smashed up.
Do you think there's something going around? Is it contagious?
So yeah, the fire crews were a little bit busy last night.
It's spontaneous vehicle vandalism.
Yeah. That's certainly one way to end this week of action. This definitely feels like the most positive part of the week of action so far.
Yeah.
People have been marching for about 20 minutes now. The march is now turned down Glenwood and is heading back towards Brownwood Park. No police presence at all so far. There was just complete. I've not seen a single cop car in this section of town. There's also 3 less cop cars in Atlanta than there usually is, so that might have something to do with it.
It was from this zone too. The second one where the cop cars are, it was like a mile and a half away.
Yeah, it's very, very close.
But yeah, very different than what we saw on last Saturday.
Yes.
Where even on my way in, I saw APD here every 20 feet.
Yeah.
And do not see a single APD vehicle is notable.
The youth rally that closed the last week of action in March kind of felt like the end of an era. This one on July 1st felt very different, much more like a beginning of a new era. After a very scattered week, the movement finally started to feel like it had multiple directions to grow. This week definitely started on, I would say, a muted note, and it's ended with a bit more directionality for the future and a bit more positivity, I think. I think people were able to think of ways that the movement can evolve and grow from here and recognize the necessity for that. And now,
for change.
And recognize the necessity for change, and people are ready to continue and evolve as the situation on the ground is also changing.
And I mean, adaptability was a part of the movement from the get-go.
Yep.
It's just, I think the movement got very tied to certain modes of operation that are not available anymore.
Yep. But for the past
few months, it felt like people have been playing on the police's like board, like they've been following that, and both with the action last night and the sort of talks that are happening throughout the city, I think that is probably going to change. All right, we are about a block away from Brownwood Park on Portland Avenue and Gresham Avenue,
where there is pizza and water waiting. I'm excited for water. I don't think I can have hot pizza right now. I think I would just faint. But cold water is certainly enticing. Certainly the ideal.
Yep. And there's music back here in Brownwood. Tables set up, giving out literature, giving out food, water, lots of bubbles. Earlier at the rally before the march, there was a water balloon fight, which was very dangerous.
Yeah, I left. I don't know why you stayed around the water balloon fight. I took my laptop and left.
There was a few very close moments there. But yeah, no, there's food. There's lots of signs, banners. A lot of Little Caesars pizza.
There was much more energy here compared to the kickoff rally, which happened in the very same park exactly a week beforehand, which felt sort of reversed from the previous week of action this past March.
Which is interesting because, like, last week of action, you know, the kickoff rally was like the biggest, was the biggest energy point, and the youth rally was kind of the more like muted close, and this has kind of been inversed.
Which, honestly, for when you're looking at like what has happened over the last few months, maybe leading out with a high note is the ideal.
I like how we're also ending with a bouncy castle, which is very, very important.
You know what? Yeah, for the full flip, we have to end with the bouncy castle.
Yes. Although we should move the bouncy castle to 890 Memorial Drive Southeast.
Oh my God! Stop.
After the youth rally, Matt and I got some coffee in East Atlanta Village and talked about the broad strokes of the week and the general state of the movement.
Like I said, I think this week started with a lot of questions being had, and it's ended with some of those questions being answered, and people figuring out that to answer some of those other questions, the answer will take the form of actions that happen in these next few months. And I feel like it's ended with a bit more directionality than what it began, which is interesting for a week of action.
Yeah. It was needed, though.
It was absolutely needed, like at 100%. Like the first rally just felt so weird. The first kickoff rally, the first day, the first few days felt just very, very very scattered. It was unclear how what was happening was related to stopping Cop City. And in some ways, this week of action feels like the reverse of the last week of action, where like the last week of action, it started with a point of directionality. Like, we are going to retake Milani, and they did. And then they were like, we are going to do an action to physically stop the construction of Cop City, and they did. Like, it was doing all of these things. And I think that week ended with more questions than what it started with, because the police did the raid of the forest. There was more uncertainty by the end of the week because there was so much over-policing. There was a lot of changes throughout that week. And I think this week started in like an inverse, is people started this week with a directionless sense, and they had a lot of questions going into this week. And I feel like some people have started to kind of figure out how the movement will evolve in these next few months. And it feels like people have a better idea of how they're going to move forward in these next 3 months, 6 months, and like the month and a half when construction is slated to begin in August.
Slated to begin, and this referendum is looking like it's doing pretty well. So hopefully that does delay. But of course, we also ended with Bouncy Castle. We can't do an episode without acknowledging the importance of bouncy castles to this movement, or at least to Garrison and I.
Yes. I think the other thing that makes it interesting in terms of this week being an inverse of the last week is that, on the last week, day 2, there was this very fiery action with vehicles being smashed. And then on the second to last day, which is like late last night, either like late Friday night, early Saturday morning at like 1 a.m., 2 a.m., there was 3 Atlanta police cars smashed by Reynoldstown, I believe.
Yeah, just right, like a mile and a half away from Brownwood Park.
Yep,
and
then closer to the airport, at the old police training academy, there was a it looks like a good fleet of Atlanta police motorcycles.
Yeah, that's where the motorcycle, that's where the moto
it's like the
headquarters is 180 South Side.
And those motorcycles are going to be no longer functioning because they are all charred to a crisp, with incendiary devices found there.
Yeah.
One of the most noticeable differences about this week of action compared to the previous one was the turnout. Out-of-state support did not show up in similar numbers as to the last week of action in March. There's a lot of potential reasons for this. This week may have simply happened too soon. It coincided with other events across the country. Its messaging may not have reflected an adequate level of planning. There was probably some demoralization from the 90 acres of trees cut down. And with Entrenchment Creek Park closed and under police occupation, lodging options in Atlanta was more of a mystery for those coming from outside the city. More time away from the death of Tortuguita is probably also a factor. People in Atlanta may have to reconcile that the movement may not have as much widespread national support and on-the-ground numbers as it did last March.
This is the smallest week of action we've had in over a year.
In recent memory, this is the smallest one I've reported on.
Right.
Yeah.
I think it might have even been comparable to the first week of action. It was around there, but it also felt more local.
It did feel way more local.
Once you go from something so big as the last week of action to something more constrained, that sets a vibe shift that I think you've got to kind of come to terms with. And it's one of those moments where you're like, okay, we are in a different
paradigm.
Yeah.
Fewer numbers is not necessarily a bad thing. A group of 5 to 10 people can sometimes be much more effective at doing certain things than a crowd of 200 or even 1,000. You just have to specifically prepare for the numbers that you know that you'll have.
For such a long time, I felt like this movement was extremely effective in delaying construction. That was
extremely effective. A year and a half.
Deadlines kept getting pushed back, every single thing. The occupation was very good at doing what it attempted to do. And at a certain point, that became no longer viable, and things are now changing gears.
Yeah.
And you have to allow yourself that evolution. It has to, the same way people started occupying the forest in October after the city council stuff in September of 2021. As the things change, you have to change your tactics with it.
And as revolutionary strategy goes, that should be a baseline.
Yeah, and
adapting to what the situation is and not what you want it to be.
Yeah, and I think more people are talking about that this week and realizing that maybe even another week of action does not make sense for this new paradigm that we're existing in Atlanta.
I've talked about the possibility of changing the week of action structure before in previous episodes, and I really only brought that up because that's what people were conveying to me at the time. And this has continued to be a topic of debate both during and since June.
What do you do with the week of action format? And I know that we kind of talked about this during the last recap episode, where you brought up that might have been the last week of action, but it wasn't.
It wasn't, because as I was making these episodes, this week of action was announced. I've heard more people say that they don't think the week of action format is applicable anymore. I've heard more people say that than I did last week. What if Atlanta has kind of outgrown this format? This format's proved to be very useful in these past few years. There's been very positive parts, there's been very negative parts. And what if it's time for something completely new? Something that the police don't know how to respond to.
Something that matches the new paradigm.
Yeah, because that's the other thing. It's people have been doing this for 2 years now. Not only have people gotten used to a pattern, but police have gotten used to a pattern. Police have gotten very good at repressing the week of action. They have had 2 years to practice. They know how to do this now. So why keep playing on their battlefield? Why keep doing what APD is expecting you to do? So that's part of what's interesting about this resurgence of these nocturnal hit and run sabotages that are unannounced. That we saw the ones earlier in this week with the Brent Scarborough's machines. Then we saw the APD vehicles get hit last night. So perhaps there will be more of that. Perhaps there'll be just new things that we can't even predict. There's so many other avenues that things could go.
Even during the Youth March, Matt and I were wondering if this new spike in sabotage actions would break the spell and we'd see a return of this type of action happening more frequently?
It's the sort of direct action that has really been missing over the last several months.
Yeah, and we've been talking about a lot this past week. We've been talking about how there's been a lack of these sorts of nocturnal hit and run direct actions. And late last night, it seems like there was a resurgence. So
we'll see how that continues, after the week of action, if it continues, or if it was a week of action inspired element. But I have a feeling we'll see some of those continue to crop up.
Absolutely.
And this did indeed turn out to be the case. All right, I will do my best to go over a short list of the claimed attacks against contractors building Cop City and corporations that fund the Atlanta Police Foundation from after this week of action. On July 1st, over half a dozen Bank of America buildings in the Bay Area were vandalized and a dozen or so ATMs were smashed. In late June to early July, a group of friends visited the home of Cop City architect Anthony Kenny in Norcross, Georgia, while another group paid a visit to Ambrish Basilwala, a member of the Board of Trustees for the Atlanta Police Foundation. People painted messages around their homes and tires were slashed. On the night of July 2nd, Keith Johnson, the Eastern Regional President for Brassfield and Gorey, the contracting firm who broadly oversaw the destruction of the forest and who has decided to physically build Cop City, also received a mysterious visit. Late in the night, an unknown number of people evaded security guards and spread blood-red paint around his pool and left a message reading, "Cop City will never be built, drop the contract, and you can't hide." According to an online communique, rotten fish and dirty motor oil were left hidden somewhere on the property. Part of the communique addressed to Keith reads, quote, "We know things haven't been feeling great in the office. You're losing money. Subcontractors are upset. There are fractures everywhere in the Cop City project, and all of that weight and precarity is on your fragile shoulders. Each time you think of us or see the reminders we left you, remember this is your own doing. You can make all of this stop by dropping the Cop City contract." Unquote. On July 4th, in lieu of fireworks, people claimed to have set 2 Brent Scarborough machines on fire in broad daylight due to the lack of security during daytime. Scarborough is the subcontractor who physically leveled the 90-some acres of forest in the Weelaunee. The same day in Michigan, Chase Bank ATMs were sabotaged with glue, and the bank was vandalized with messages of resistance. Chase Bank's head of regional investment banking serves on the board of the Atlanta Police Foundation. And on July 8th, a Bank of America in Berkeley was vandalized with Stop Cop City slogans, and 3 ATMs were smashed. During the start of this little wave of actions, the mayor's office and APD were none too happy. So on July 5th, Mayor Andre Dickens and Atlanta Police Chief Darren Shearbaum put on a press conference with the ATF, Georgia Bureau of Investigation, and FBI to discuss the recent surge of direct actions.
Our public safety facilities and property were the target of an extremely violent and dangerous attack on Saturday, July 1st. And there were several other destructive acts of extreme vandalism on public and private property that occurred that we have reason to believe are related to the construction of the Atlanta Public Safety Training Center in DeKalb County. The current Atlanta Police Training Center at 180 Southside Industrial Parkway was set ablaze in the early morning hours of Saturday, July 1st. The targeted attack utilized extremely dangerous homemade incendiary devices to set a fire to the building and completely destroyed 8 police motorcycles. As shocking as this was not an isolated incident of violence. This group actually took credit for these incidents, and they stated, as I quote, "We are vengeful wingnuts with nothing left to lose.
Prior to that, about 1 hour prior to the event at 180 Southside Industrial, we had another precinct that was targeted in the city. This is our Path Force precinct on Memorial Drive in the 800 block of Memorial. These officers patrol the Beltline, which many of you all visit frequently. At that location, we had multiple windows broken on police vehicles. We believe the intent was to set those vehicles on fire as well. There's a photograph and fire of the red fusee on the ground that has been used by this group in the past to set police vehicles on fire. That was dropped when a citizen observed the criminal acts in progress and actually interrupted the crimes that were occurring there. So we believe that the fire attack that was planned on Memorial Drive was thwarted by an observant citizen. A short time later, about an hour, we had the fire at our facility on Southside Industrial. Our training center is housed there most recently, and then our special operations precinct is there. The intent was for all 40 to be destroyed. And had all those 40 vehicles caught on fire, that police facility would have been gravely damaged, if not destroyed, in the fire. And we are thankful for our police officers that saw this unfolding and likely interrupted that plan from being able to play out in its fullness. There's indications that this was likely committed by the exact same individuals. But we will see where the facts take us.
According to Chief Schierbaum and Mayor Dickens, the actions against Atlanta police on July 1st, over the course of just a few hours, equaled over $300,000 in damages.
It's way around $35,000, and then once you outfit us a little bit more, so do that times 8, that's going to put you in the ballpark.
Yeah, and that's not even including the rest of the smoke and damage and other things, and the broken windows on the police car, etc.
So the group that struck this weekend is a dedicated group of professional anarchists, and I know that may seem a contradiction in terms. So this is a group of individuals who don't play by any rules and will go to any lengths they need to carry out. And this is their words. We will wage a campaign of violence and destruction. And so what we saw this weekend was part of that campaign.
It's always funny when police make anarchists sound very cool and scary. But Chief Schierbaum also pretty clearly explained the reasoned methodology behind the pressure campaigns targeting contractors and APF financial sponsors.
We know from the postings of this group, their intent to stop the Public Safety Training Center has left the democratic process of the City Council and is now moving to intimidate and force out contractors that are committed to building the Public Safety Training Center. This weekend, during the week of action, 3 different locations, private residences were targeted. Tires were flattened on a contractor's home. A home of an executive for Braswell Gorrie was significantly vandalized in another jurisdiction. And then we had another location where graffiti was used to intimidate. And then yesterday morning, slightly after 7 o'clock in the morning, a location at 418 McDonough Boulevard belonging to Brent Scarborough's company, which is a key provider of work on this training center, was also targeted and attacked, and equipment was set on fire at that location. These acts are of a small, determined group. These are small individuals from across the country that are using violence and fear and intimidation to stop a public safety training center, and this group cannot hide behind the dark of night or the home address and feel that they are not going to be held accountable. I have standing at this podium with me today representatives from the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the ATF, and we are also partnered with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. These agencies are working together to determine where federal laws violated this weekend and ensure that the full expertise of American law enforcement is present right here in Atlanta to stop this group across the region, stop their ability to impact the public safety network of Atlanta, and hold them accountable.
Despite continued threats from law enforcement, the only arrests that have happened so far in relation to this movement are from daytime protests, forest raids, and bail fund organizers.
We've yet to see anyone arrested in Atlanta for doing like a specific one of these nocturnal night sabotage actions. That has not happened.
Yeah.
I mean, the scariest indictments everyone's expecting are going to come in these next few years after you give the FBI 2, 3, 4 years to investigate, after you interview more people who've been arrested, see if anyone snitches, see if anyone turns state's witness. But so far, it's been safer to do nocturnal sabotage actions than it has been to attend a public protest. And that is an interesting paradigm as well, is that no one's actually got arrested for lighting cop cars on fire in the middle of the night. No one's been arrested for sabotaging equipment in the middle of the night. All of the arrests that are being tied to violent crime are from daytime protests, which is an interesting factor about this movement.
direct action in the most surveilled city in America can be tricky, and even just managing cell phones and internet search data is a huge factor. But as much real security there is out in the world, the amount of security theater is arguably a stronger aspect in getting people to not go out and do direct action. The implicit threat of the panopticon is often enough to stifle people's potential action. But these things are beatable. Guides for how to do it exist either at your local anarchist book fair or online, as long as the computer is running Tor browser and a reputable VPN.
The internet's a fun place. That's there is a lot of no blogs sites and zines that tell you how to do that. I don't know. I mean, people always make mistakes. People get caught sometimes.
People do make mistakes.
It's risky.
And there are cameras everywhere in the city.
You have to,
Some of them don't work, but it's like, do you really want to play Russian roulette?
No, I mean, that's a part of when people like plan these nocturnal actions. Is like, just because it's nighttime doesn't mean you're not
safe.
Getting watched, or you're not like there's a lot of things that go into that. There's a lot of ways to get got, whether you're like buying supplies and you keep a receipt, and police find a receipt, they track back, they find security camera of you purchasing things, and then they're like, oh, this bottle was bought at this place because you have this receipt in your house, and blah 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 blah. Like there's lots of ways that stuff happens. So like, I'm not going to give a guide on how to do it right now, but like, the anarchists have been doing this for a long time. After you do that crime, you've never done that crime. Like it's not something that you do as a person. Like you cease to become a person. You become like you are
Your
that action.
Identity is subsumed into the action, and then once
that
action
it
is over,
dissolves. You never talk about it ever again.
It's gone, or else you end up going to prison.
Yep.
And risking like not just your safety, the safety of
everyone's safety,
everyone, just by remembering that you did it.
No, like these become standards in anarchist communities. Like you never brag about something, you never allude to anything. Like it's not a game. Like it's not a game. It is your life and other people's lives on the line when you're doing stuff like this. And it's you never do it to like be cool. You never do it to brag about it. Like that's just not how this works. Which is why there's like kind of a much more like kind of insular culture around some anarchists, especially anarchists who like identify as like illegalists, or like the types of like green nihilists or green anarchists that kind of pioneered the militancy of this movement, both slightly before the first city council vote, and then definitely after the first city council vote, where we saw a massive explosion, no pun intended, in the number of nighttime sabotages happening in the Wilani Forest. Yeah. Which I think drew a lot of anarchists to come to Atlanta, because it was like, they're
doing the thing that has been missing since the end of the Green Scare.
Yeah, no, this is like the thing that I believe in. This is my politics. Now there's a spot where I can do my politics, and still no one's been caught for that. And I think that was a big part of why Atlanta got so big last year, was that people had the ability to like live free in the forest and then do crazy shit at night. Like you live in this like autonomous zone. During the day, you're able, whether you have housing instability, whether you just want like an escape from like horrible police state, living like wherever city you're in, you can go live in the Wilani Forest. You can live in a tent. You can have friends. You can defend this forest during the day, and then you can do crazy shit at night. And that drew a lot of people to Atlanta. And now with the forest not being there, that also changes the type of people who want to come to the city. Because that was a big draw for people, and now that's no longer an option. You can't really sleep in the Wilani Forest as easily anymore.
Yeah.
That changes the types of people who want to come to Atlanta and who are going to like do crazy shit, because that's just how.
And for their own safety, they're not here.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
As the referendum is hoping to stop Cop City by having Atlanta residents vote on whether to cancel the land lease, others in the diverse movement have continued their efforts to pressure contractors and funders to drop out of the Cop City project. This tactic has already demonstrated its ability to succeed, with Reeves Young Construction dropping out of the project in April of 2022, and some material suppliers have since cut ties with Cop City. This is something that APD Chief Darren Shearbaum certainly seems worried about.
This effort of fear was not going to succeed, and the coalition of law enforcement, from the GBI to the FBI to the ATF, the Atlanta Police Department, and a slew of regional agencies, is going to stop that campaign so it doesn't happen and individuals do not leave the project.
On July 2nd, protesters in Minnesota visited the homes of Atlas Technical Consultants employees. During daylight, people marched around the neighborhoods with instruments and banners, knocked on doors, talked with neighbors, and left a letter of demands to drop the contract and cut ties with the Atlanta Police Foundation. The project manager for Atlas Technical Consultants engaged with protesters in the street and told them that Atlas had indeed already dropped out of the project due to mounting pressure.
Contract dropped, then we won? Yes, Atlas is no longer involved in whatever you guys... Why did they decide to get out of it? We stopped doing that shit? Why? Because you guys are fucking nightmares and you broke all our fucking windows. So thank you. Oh, yeah. You guys, no, I don't care what you want to say. Protest what? So you guys show up to my fucking house and knock on my door and do this shit. My company is not involved in this. So get the fuck away from me, That's okay? Great. I'm glad. We'll leave you alone. Yeah. Get the fuck out of here. All right, take care, man.
A few days later, Atlas and Long Engineering released an official statement saying that they would no longer be working on the Cop City project. Anarchists and those on the left in general seem to have a hard time calling wins, but I'm not sure if it gets any more definitive than that audio clip in showing that this type of direct action can absolutely work in getting businesses to leave the project. In the next episode, we'll talk more about the referendum, the city's attempts to divide the movement, and the growing PR battle over the fate of Cop City. See you on the other side.
Support for the show comes from Public, the investing platform for those who take it seriously. On Public, you can build a multi-asset portfolio of stocks, bonds, options, crypto, and now generated assets, which allow you to turn any idea into an investable index with AI. It all starts with your prompt. From renewable energy companies with high free cash flow to semiconductor suppliers growing revenue over 20% year over year, you can literally type any prompt and put the AI to work. It screens thousands of stocks, builds a one-of-a-kind index, and lets you backtest it against the S&P 500. Then you can invest in a few clicks. Generated assets are like ETFs with infinite possibilities, completely customizable and based on your thesis, not someone else's. Go to public.com/podcast and earn an uncapped 1% bonus when you transfer your portfolio. That's public.com/podcast. Paid for by Public Investing. Brokerage services by Open to the Public Investing Inc. Member FINRA and SIPC. Advisory services by Public Advisors LLC, SEC registered advisor. Generated assets is an interactive analysis tool. Output is for informational purposes only and is not an investment recommendation or advice. Complete disclosures available at public.com/disclosures.
Kids, pets, life, your sofa sees it all. But with a washable sofa, stains don't stand a chance. All of our sofa collections come with fully machine washable covers and cushions, making cleanup effortless. Liquid and stain-resistant fabrics provide extra protection against everyday messes. Plus, with modular designs, you can rearrange your sofa however you like. Perfect for growing families and changing spaces. Starting at just $699, it's time to upgrade to a stress-free, mess-proof sofa. Visit washablesofas.com today and save. Offers are subject to change and certain restrictions may apply.
Pro drivers live for race day, but for small business owners, every day is race day. That's why going pro with Lenovo Pro matters. One-on-one advice, IT solutions, and customized hardware powered by Intel Core Ultra processors keep your business on the right track. Business goes pro with Lenovo Pro. Sign up for free at lenovo.com/pro.
Lenovo.
Welcome back to It Could Happen Here. I'm Garrison Davis, and this is the last episode in my trilogy covering what's been happening this summer in Atlanta to stop Cop City. Last episode, we covered the end of the week of action, the resurgence of nighttime sabotage, and Atlas Long Engineering dropping out of the Cop City project. A relatively new big aspect of the movement that I've really only mentioned peripherally is the Cop City vote referendum. The goal of the referendum is to let the people of Atlanta vote on whether to repeal an ordinance authorizing the land lease of 381 acres of forest in DeKalb County that was given to the Atlanta Police Foundation in 2021 to use the land for the construction of Cop City. In order to get the referendum on an upcoming ballot, the petition had to gather 60,000 signatures in 60 days. Every signature must be from an Atlanta resident who was registered to vote in 2021, and initially, those who gathered signatures had to also be Atlanta residents. 60,000 signatures in 60 days was a lofty goal, but volunteers around the city were being increasingly mobilized during and after the week of action. For the first few weeks of the referendum, the city stayed mostly quiet. But then, on the July 5th APD press conference, Mayor Andre Dickens addressed the referendum.
Mayor, some of the protesters and opposers of the training center have begun collecting signatures in the hope of having a referendum put in the November ballot. What's your reaction to that? What's your comment on that? Will you allow them to do what they're doing right now and possibly have this in the referendum?
Yeah, absolutely. The referendum process is one that's legally documented. It's in the city code, and anybody can attempt to get the petition going and get the necessary signatures. We ask that they do so with honesty and truth, collect the signatures from real people with sharing the truth about what they are looking to do. And so I don't personally believe they're going to be successful. I believe that based on what we know about the citizens of Atlanta, they are supportive of the Atlanta Public Safety Training Center. We know that this is going to be unsuccessful if it's done honestly. And so we're making sure that we continue to monitor the process.
This statement by the Democrat mayor of Atlanta, I don't think has been highlighted enough. The mayor is trying to frame a successful referendum as a fraudulent one. Dickens is priming propaganda channels and testing the waters for blatant election fraud-style messaging in the future by very clearly insinuating that if you win this, that means you're cheating.
The referendum kept popping up throughout the week of action without... It wasn't taking up space.
It was never the focus. It was always just on the sidelines.
Yeah. But it was everywhere. Yep. I think every event, the referendum was in some way, shape, or form, there. The Home Depot rally, people walking by, they were talking about the referendum and talking about the week of action, collecting signatures.
It did not feel like it was taking space away from any of the other aspects of the movement, which I think some people were definitely worried about that. People worried that the referendum might act as a release valve for both the movement and the people who are outside the movement and still looking at Cop City, being how can you get involved in this thing? And you see this very above board electoral strategy of signing stuff. What if people's efforts just get funneled into that and they miss out on the other much more expansive aspects of the movement?
One of the few more referendum-focused events during the week of action was a community town hall discussion put on by the Hip Hop Caucus at the Gathering Spot on the evening of Friday, June 30th. Before the panel discussion, myself and Matt from the Atlantic Community Press Collective talked with two members of the Hip Hop Caucus about the event and their hopes for the referendum. This is Brandy Williams, an organizer with the Hip Hop Caucus.
So the Hip Hop Caucus is a national nonpartisan nonprofit organization that uses hip hop culture to connect people to the civic and political process. And essentially we do that in 4 areas. We do that with, I think, 100% climate and environmental justice work. We were founded as a voting and democracy organization out of the Vote or Die movement. So we still do that work under our Respect My Vote platform. We also have our Good Trouble civil and human rights work. It's our multi-issue platform, and we look at it as the Justice Department for hip hop. So we do it. We work on everything from police reform to education and healthcare. And then our Justice Paid in Full, which is our economic justice platform. So how do we achieve economic justice? We actually started our activation on the ground work in LA last week during BET weekend. So we did a similar event in LA. We're doing this one here, and we're planning to be here in Atlanta and through the referendum and through the election.
We also talked with Yonajahal Lone Wolf, an Atlanta resident and national community organizer. Recently, she had been working to spread awareness across the country about what's been going on in Atlanta.
Myself, Hip Hop Caucus, Movement for Black Lives Until Freedom, community movement builders, we all came up with this idea to create this photo shoot campaign similar to Vote or Die, or in anything, with these, where you have a nice shirt or a sticker and you're taking and just being there in solidarity. So we did it during LA BET Awards weekend last weekend. We had a nice turnout of folks that came. I was in LA for the Hollywood Climate Summit. I spoke on a panel with Jane Fonda. So there was a lot of people from Hollywood that came and said, oh my God, that's what's happening in Georgia? We cannot sign on the referendum, but we stand with you all, because what we are also educating people at is that if Cop City is built, they already having contracts with police nationally to come here. This will be the largest police training facility in the United States. I went to Universal Studios Hollywood. Universal Studios roller coasters, just huge, just nice. It's 400 acres. That's 50 acres less will be Cop City. And then, and I'm like, that's an amusement park of nothing but real gunfire, real bombs, real everything. It's not going to be fake. It's not amusement park in that way, but this is their call of duty in real life.
Yeah, and it's in the middle of a residential neighborhood.
They're not here to protect and serve. They're here to shoot to kill. And so police from all across this nation will be coming here to Georgia for this militarized police training. And that's a problem for me. And the turnout in California showed that that's a problem for them too. So we had a lot of people that came for that, and today we're doing the same thing, and we're having a community town hall discussion. Because I think there's a lot of people that don't understand. Why is Cop City, because the mayor, I want to meet the mayor's publicist, because the way that this whole thing has been spun on his side, that no, it would be great for the EMT and the firefighters, and they're pushing EMT firefighters more than the police part. But the police part is a huge part. I think these type of conversations need to be talked about, and so that's what this community town hall is all about as well. For those that are kind of wavering, neutral, maybe don't know, maybe they know it a lot, Because the number one thing that we've been seeing, like I was on V103 yesterday on the radio station, and I also been doing a couple of other media and call-ins, and a lot of people don't understand. A lot of people don't understand, why is this a bad thing? Mm-hmm. You can move it somewhere else, they say. But even if it's moved somewhere else, I'm still going to fight against Cop City. Just because this hits home for me. Too many of my friends and family have been murdered by the hands of radical, power-hungry, gun-happy, trigger-happy police officers. And I feel that there is, and then also another thing too, there is answers, in regards to, we don't need more police. We need resources. They shut down our hospital. They shut down the shelters. It's not like they don't know, right? We tell them, we need more jobs, not just any job, good quality jobs. We need pristine healthcare, not just affordable healthcare. And then most importantly, our unsheltered friends, to see that they put bulldozers, this administration, this city continues to ignore the people. We have the biggest wealth gap in the nation. They call it Wakanda, the blackest city. But this is how you treat us? Our people need resources. That's where this $67 million should be going. It should not be going towards more police. We don't need more police. Because when you go to Cobb County, when you go over to Alpharetta, they don't have a lot of police. Why would they need a lot of police? Because they already got the resources.
On top of the community town hall discussion, there were a few other things to do at the event that Yunaj Jaha talked about.
Stop Cop City photo campaign. So everyone, you come and take your photo, and just showing that you stand in solidarity. And then most importantly is to get some signatures as well.
Throughout the referendum process, it's been interesting how many people, even in Atlanta, are just now learning about Cop City.
When did you first hear about Cop City?
Honestly, earlier this year. And like a lot of the people that I am talking to now, I was also kind of confused about the issue. I wasn't really sure why, they were so opposed until I started learning a little more about what actually was going to happen at this training facility. So the idea of building a mini city with a helicopter landing pad, with a shooting range or a firing range, military grade, in a community. So this is not on the outskirts, this is in a community, and then in a community of color. And you're bringing police from around the country in to learn military tactics that we use in foreign countries to protect citizens. We should not be thinking about our citizens, our residents, as people who need to be protected from themselves, if I'm making sense. You know what I mean? So
sort of like enemy combatants in your own
backyard, but you're training them up in a Black community. So I can only imagine that some of that mini city is going to spill over into the communities. Then you're bringing police officers from around the country here, so they're taking that back.
The specific community where the Atlanta Police Foundation is trying to build Cop City has already been traumatized by the violence of the state for hundreds of years now. This whole area was violently stolen from Muskogee Creek. Then it became a slave plantation. And then part of it was sold to the city of Atlanta, and then it became a prison farm. Since then, the land has been home to 2 landfills and 3 detention facilities. This is the history of just this neighborhood for the last few hundred years. Now the carceral violence inflicted on this land is attempting to be exported, as police will soon come from around the country and even the world to train at Cop City.
No one wants it in their community, but you're going to continue to burden this particular community with the same thing over and over and over again. The people of that community for generations have experienced all kinds of harm at the hands of the people that they, supposedly are electing to represent and protect them from these types of things, and they're actually the ones doing it to them. You were elected by people to represent them, and they've told you for 2 years, we don't want this, and you are ignoring their voice.
On the day of the Hip Hop Caucus panel, an air quality alert was issued due to incoming smoke from wildfires up north. In Atlanta, the AQI reached 150.
The ocean, these fish, these birds, they're screaming at us right now. What we are doing to Mother Earth right now is we are from cutting down the trees, fossil fuels, everything. This is, and especially this being the lungs of Atlanta. Today, I'm wearing my mask because on my weather advisory, it said the air quality is not good today for sensitive people. And that is just with the trees. And they keep on cutting down these trees. I moved here because of the trees. I'm from Arizona, so I needed trees. That was nothing but desert. But I moved here because of these trees, because I love the life force that trees give us even when we see a tree. The earth is talking back to us, saying, stop doing what you're doing. The dolphins, the orcas, the whales, they all migrate. They're like, the ocean is hot right now. So they're yelling at us and we're not listening. And as a native, in my native way, our elders, our chiefs have said that we plan for 7 generations from now. I am a mother of 2 sons, and what this administration is doing and what these corporations are doing, they're not looking at 7 generations from now. They're not looking at how this is going to affect us in the long run. And I love the fact of everyone that is standing firm and saying, stop Cop City, because we see the vision. We know what this Uchimarka, this Mother Earth is going to look like 7 generations from now. And we're fighting to our death because of the fact that we want to make sure that our children's 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 children could still live here and be in a peaceful, safe place and environment to live.
Since being elected as the progressive candidate in 2021, there's been an ever-growing animosity towards Mayor Dickens from all of his unfulfilled promises. When talking with Yonashaha, she expressed that she felt disappointed that herself and this big block of people helped Andre get elected, And now Mayor Dickens is fully committed to the Cop City project and is even having conversations with other Black leaders in the city to bring them on board and prevent them from opposing Cop City.
The mayor is in his position because of the blood, sweat, and tears and arrests and beat-ups that we got during Freedom Summer 2020. Mm-hmm. He used the social justice, the civil rights organizations and activists and voices to get him in the position that he used them and said, y'all help me. I'm going to be there for you all. And it's all a slap in the face. So I don't like hypocrisy. And I see hypocrites all throughout this and on this administration side, from the governor all the way down. Even when we try to help our unsheltered friends, in December, when it was so cold out here, I went on social media, I raised $5,000 in 2 hours. Me and my friends went and got them all tents, sleeping bags, everything. The mayor called my comrade, Mayor Andre called my comrade and was all like, why are you saying that they don't have no heating stations? And I set up a heating station. Not everyone wants to go there. Yeah. Because, where is your mental health services? Where's the transitioning team that you should have on the ground to help transition them? Don't just open up a temporary heating shelter. Where's the transition team to go and talk to the people and saying, hey, let me walk you in to go get heated? There was none of that. You're just expecting people to just go in there, or they knew where it was at. So we went to DeKalb. And we also went down to Atlanta. We gave them tents. The police went down there. The Atlanta PD went down there and put holes all in their tents. They used a knife and sliced their tents open so they couldn't even stay in it.
While it was still below freezing.
Yes. While it was still below freezing. This is all under the administration of Mayor Andre. So no, we can't trust them.
Do you feel betrayed by Andre?
Yes, because I voted for him. I voted for him because I think I voted for him like every other person vote for someone, is that they're charismatic, they talk an amazing game, and on top of it, my friends that were close with him vouched for him. My friends in the movement, activists, people that I look up to as mentorship, they said, man, Andre, he's gonna fund a lot of the things that we're doing.
Yonajaha spoke about how Mayor Dickens worked to build mutually beneficial relationships between the city and non-governmental, quote-unquote, progressive organizations. So while some NGOs have received money from the city, now many of these big, quote-unquote, civil rights orgs are scared of jeopardizing potential funding and are now currently refusing to speak out against Cop City.
Yeah, when I talk to the same people that have spoken to Andre, are the same people I'm like, why aren't you involved? And they're just like, I think it's going to be built, and at least I'm at the table. A lot of them think that way. They was like, I was there at the beginning fighting. I had to sit down with the mayor. I believe this is going to be built. So since this is going to be built, let me figure, at least I'm at the table in the community, and there's community engagement. At least there's some type of bridging happening. That's their angle. Anyone that said Black Lives Matter was on the front line with us in 2020, that was horrified by the videos that they saw. We are at prime time. This is the epicenter of police terrorism being built. This is it. This is it. This is not each individual. We're trying to prevent more families, because if they build this, it's going to be a lot more families that's going to be crying and saying they killed my baby. So we're at the epicenter of a cop city, and you are silent? You're silent, but you was there for these families. You was there posting Black Lives Matter. You was there saying stop police terrorism. But they're building a terrorist headquarters, and you don't have nothing to say. You're a hypocrite. You're a hypocrite. Period. Point blank.
Brandy also talked about the hypocrisy of pushing forward Cop City after the George Floyd uprising in 2020.
3 years ago, just in May, all these companies were sending out these emails saying that Black Lives Matter after George Floyd. They were pouring money into the community to show their support for Black lives. But some of those same communities, Home Depot, Coca-Cola, Delta Airlines, Waffle House, you guys are, I'm sure, sent those emails out, and now you're putting money into something that does not respect Black lives. So I think there's just this huge contradiction in who these companies say they are, how they're showing up.
Part of the growing propaganda battle over Cop City is an attempt to frame this state-of-the-art militarized police training facility as a quote-unquote public safety training center, embodying the call for police reform that liberals protested for in 2020. Not only does this erase the abolitionist core of the 2020 uprising, but it also obfuscates the fact that Cop City is indeed a direct response to 2020, not in terms of police reform, but in the aftermath of the neoliberal police state being under genuine threat. Corporate America and police have made this pact to maintain each other's legitimacy, as one cannot survive without the other. Cop City is to ensure that what happened in 2020 will never happen again. After the clear-cutting of around 80 acres in the Weelaunee Forest, there's been more of a focus on the Stop Cop City wing of the movement than Defend the Forest. Sure, there are still 300 acres to defend and 80 acres to restore, but as construction is getting more imminent, the specific Cop City focus has taken center stage in messaging.
When it was initially talked about, it was all about the environment. They're tearing down the forest. And as marginalized, poor people, if I am hearing that, I'm not seeing it as important. I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna pay my rent, how I'm gonna feed my kids, how I'm gonna pay my bills, how I'm getting to and from work. And so those things, I think, made it difficult to break into the households of people who really need to be paying attention. And I would dare to say even the people in the community. I watched some of the testimony from the city council meeting several weeks ago, and the state representative that spoke first talked about how the church right next door to the facility didn't even know what was happening next door to them. So for the city of Atlanta to say, oh, we've done outreach, people in the community, no, that's not true, right? But part of that is the way that the narrative has started. And I think they were like, okay, that ain't got nothing to do with me. And then also the fact that the faces that they saw on TV, they're thinking this is a white-led, white problem, it's not our problem. So they haven't engaged. So I think those are all things that we have to consider and let people know this is a diverse problem. It impacts everybody. It's going to impact people of color and poor and marginalized communities more than anybody else, just because of the nature of how policing is done in America. And so, and the problems that we still have with that. So our program is From Red Dogs to Cop City, the Dirty South's history of over-policing Atlanta. So helping them understand how this is just a new iteration of what's been happening. So the Red Dog Unit was, some call it a gang, within Atlanta PD for many years. It was disbanded in 2011, but they were terrorizing low, poor communities of color. And so Cop City, in the way that they're thinking about training these officers, would be just a new iteration of that. So helping them understand that just because we have come far with the civil rights, with our civil rights, and I'm not even talking specifically about the 60s movement, but civil rights for people of color, women, LGBTQIA plus communities, just because we've come far doesn't mean it can't go back.
Atlanta's Red Dogs inspired the Scorpion Unit in Memphis that killed Tyree Nichols this past January. And the current iteration of the Red Dogs in Atlanta is the Apex Unit, who have been very active in suppressing Stop Cop City protests. I'm going to play 3 brief clips from the panel discussion. The first is from Mariah Parker, a local activist and former Georgia County Commissioner.
This is a war on the uprising of 2020. Okay. This is in the aftermath of the largest uprisings in North America. The Atlanta Police Foundation who is the main driver and the main funder, and actually the owner of Cop City. I keep forgetting the fact that this is not actually going to be owned by the city. The Atlanta Police Foundation trying to reassert their control over Black communities. At a time when people are starting to understand that communities are made safer by affordable housing and healthcare and childcare and education, and where their supremacy in the public safety apparatus has been challenged. Their dominance has been challenged. And so in response to that uprising, they seized hold of a narrative that more police training, more diversity in our officers would be the magic key to heal all the wounds in our communities and to actually deliver a style of policing that serves the people. And so with that, they were able to make arguments that Cop City would be the answer to allegedly rising crime rates, heal all these divides, et cetera, when at the end of the day, it's a form of counterinsurgency. The people rose up, and so this is the police rising up in response to reassert their dominance.
Next is KJ Henson, an Atlanta local and organizer with Black Men Build and Black Male Initiative Georgia.
We're clear that the police are not our protectors, right? We suffer at the hands of the system on a daily basis, right? The system was built on our backs, literally. So we see that we've been discarded, we've been abused by the system, and that's the point. It's not that we're disengaged because we don't care, we're disengaged because we do care, right? Every election cycle, it's Black voters to the rescue. We're the folks that are most impacted by the decisions of the same elected officials that beg us to put them in position. We suffer because these people come to us and beg for votes, for canvassers, for money, and they turn around and they sell us out the first chance they get. So we're disengaged of a matter of, I can't get what I need from these people that say that they're for me, right? The very means of the people are at risk. Cop City threatens our very right to protest, right? Cop City threatens the right for us to stand in the street and use our voice as a means of building collective power, as a vehicle for making societal change. You become a domestic terrorist. You get jailed without bail, without bond. You won't have a court date. I've been there myself. Not for domestic terrorism, but just with no court date. So we're seeing the rise of fascism in a very real way.
Say that.
Like in the realest of ways. Cop City, like you said, is ground zero for what will become a very popular trend, not just in America, but across the world, right? So it's on us to make sure that we do everything that's in our power to make sure that this thing is stopped. Cop City is giving police the training and ability to have urban warfare and suppression tactics at their will to be used against the people. Urban warfare and suppression, not unlike what we see in other countries, in other cities, with organized resistance everywhere.
Lastly, we have Reverend Kiana Jones, member of the Faith Coalition to Stop Cop City, whom we've heard from on this show before.
I want every Black Atlantan to think about what you don't have. If you don't have affordable housing, it's because they put the money in a Cop City. If you can't pay your light bill, it's because that assistance got given back to the federal government, but they paying for Cop City. If there are no policing alternatives and diversion initiatives in your community, it's because they giving the money to Cop City. If you fell into that pothole on Ponce de Leon, it's because they giving the money to Cop City. If you can't walk out of your door and breathe clean air, it's because they'd rather give it to Cop City. So Andre Dickens does not care about Black people. I'm gonna do a Kanye West right now, but I'm saying Andre Dickens don't care about Black people. And Andre Dickens ain't no different than nobody else. And some of those other council people up there who have those so-called legacy names ain't doing nothing for black people. So once again, what is Andre Dickens doing for you? If he is willing to take police and make sure that they got SWAT tanks to roll around in, they walking around with ARs in your neighborhood, your children walking out the house to hearing gunshots constantly, what do Andre Dickens care about you? Does his children hear that? Okay.
It is important to mention the venue that this panel took place in, because this is like a very much like a. It feels like a Black excellence type of like space. Like
it is.
Like that is the space that it is. It is a private club. It holds like an amount of like respect there.
Cultural significance.
And on this panel at the gathering spot, the panelists were talking about how why is the mayor, who many of these people helped get elected because he had promises about, helping out the community, giving millions of dollars to affordable housing. Why is he using now like $60-70 million that could go to affordable housing, that could go towards supporting Black people in Atlanta, funneling all of that money into the police and into not even like the police department, a private police foundation, like funding the APF's project, not a city project. I think it was Kiana who said that Andre Dickens does not care about Black people.
Yeah.
And having that be said at the gathering spot, I think actually is very important and is worth talking about.
As the referendum was progressing and people from across all sides of the movement were working in conjunction to spread awareness of Cop City and engage in action, the mayor was making attempts to divide the movement.
Criminals are hiding in the middle of peaceful protests, and sometimes they are doing their own separate acts of violence. Some of them are career arsonists and vandals from across the nation. Local activists have been alerted to this numerous times. These are the actions of blatantly outrageous, dangerous, and violent criminals. How are arsonists, vandals, violent actors able to be alongside peaceful protesters? You have individuals that will burn up construction equipment, light a fire to police vehicles, and then have a bouncy house party the next day with, peaceful protesters at a park. So they will go to a park by day, and then by night they're burning up police equipment or setting fires or trying to destroy construction equipment. So these individuals are trying to use the guise of peaceful protests that maybe some local Atlantans may actually be engaged in a desired conversation about their views on public safety. But these individuals have different views than those folks. These individuals are anarchists. They want to destroy. So these individuals are alongside, these arsonists, these criminals are alongside peaceful protesters. And sometimes the peaceful protesters are aware of it, and sometimes they are not. We have made it clear to local activists that we know and individuals that tend to be peaceful. We're letting them know that we are aware that there are individuals that are in our city that have committed crimes across the nation, and that they are on your social media or in your network saying they're coming to your event to do the same.
Mayor Dickens went further and essentially threatened that if you are a so-called activist and you don't snitch, then the APD will treat you the same as a violent criminal.
So when we give you that heads up as a local organizer, you should take that heads up and also see something, say something, as we're asking any other citizen to do. When peaceful protesters, when organizers are not utilizing their best judgment, then bad things can happen with them being alongside them. And it makes it real tough for APD to know who was the one with the dirty hand, so to speak. And so that's what the message that we want to get out to the public is that these individuals mean harm and you don't want to be around them or associated with them. When you are, it makes it difficult to tell who's who.
The city wants the various wings of the fight to stop Cop City to turn on each other, to resent each other, to sow distrust and undermine any collective power. That's why the referendum's statement of solidarity, explicitly rejecting respectability politics and the framing of violent and nonviolent resistance, was so important. An online communique claiming responsibility for torching police motorcycles on the last day of the week of action addressed this dynamic. Quote, "We took action after non-combative demonstrations at Cadence Bank and Home Depot. The police attacked those demonstrations with no cause, as they do wherever and however the movement gathers. There can be no separation of time and space for tactics when police have turned society into a war zone. Despite this, we dispersed our activity as much as possible across their area of control. We encourage those who are pursuing a strategy of referendum to continue supporting all methods to stop Cop City." Unquote. If you defy the state's unilateral authority in any way, you will be seen as a valid target. As demonstrated throughout the history of this movement, including during this last week of action, police will treat you like a violent criminal, whether you're holding a sign in a parking lot, bailing activists out of jail, or smashing a cop car. On July 6th, a group of activists in unincorporated DeKalb County, near the potential site of Cop City, filed a lawsuit against the city of Atlanta and the state of Georgia, claiming the requirement that signature gatherers must themselves be Atlanta residents violated their First Amendment right to free speech and petition the government. Due to the potential constitutional violation, the lawsuit also requested the court reset the 60-day clock for gathering signatures while still counting the signatures that were already gathered. In mid-July, the city of Atlanta filed a reply in federal court, arguing that the Cop City referendum was wholly invalid since it seeks to revoke a land lease that has already been signed. The filing reads in part, quote, "Repeal of a years-old ordinance cannot retroactively revoke authorization to do something that has already been done. But if the referendum could claim to result in a revocation or cancellation of the lease, it would still be invalid because it would amount to an impermissible impairment of that contract." Unquote. The city also argued that if the court does deem the Atlanta residency requirement for gathering signatures unconstitutional, then the entire referendum should be deemed unlawful. A rebuttal by the plaintiffs said that the city did not provide factual or legal evidence for its claims and misread the cited precedents. According to the plaintiffs, the land lease contract is ongoing, not an irreversible quote-unquote one-time event. And since the city authorized and issued the petition form, they skipped their chance to argue that the referendum is somehow invalid by already approving the language of the petition and letting the referendum process begin. Near the end of July, U.S. District Court Judge Mark Cohen ruled in favor of the Cop City referendum, allowing non-Atlanta residents to collect signatures and reset the 60-day clock to collect the roughly 60,000 signatures needed to put the land lease on the ballot. In his ruling, Judge Mark Cohen said, quote, "Requiring signature gatherers to be residents of the city imposes a severe burden on core political speech and does little to protect the city's interest in self-governance," unquote. Mary Hooks, the tactical lead of the referendum coalition, reacted to the ruling saying, quote, "We are thrilled by Judge Cohen's ruling and the expansion of democracy to include our DeKalb neighbors and level the playing field for our coalition," unquote. The city quickly filed for an appeal, which was subsequently denied on August 14th, with the judge stating, quote, "The city's real concern may be that now that non-residents have the ability to gather signatures on the petition for the entire time that they would have been permitted to do so had their initial request been granted, there is an increased possibility that a sufficient number of valid signatures could be obtained," unquote. As liberals cheered on the Fulton County District Attorney in Atlanta for indicting Trump and co-conspirators for election tampering under RICO charges, the same exact sort of charges that this office has used against young black rappers and have been wielded against the Stop Cop City movement, the city of Atlanta's own election interference by repressing the referendum has been largely ignored. Fulton County Court set Trump's bond for $200,000 for attempting to overthrow a federal election. The same court set bond at $355,000 each for multiple protesters arrested for being merely present at a protest after Georgia State Patrol killed Force Defender Tortuguita in January of this year. During all of the glowing press for District Attorney Fani Willis and the city of Atlanta, It was revealed that on August 11th, the Atlanta Police Department killed a 62-year-old unarmed black man named Johnny Holman while responding to a minor traffic accident. Both Holman and the unnamed second driver called 911 after the accident. Holman told 911 operators, quote, "Somebody ran into my truck," unquote. After waiting for over an hour for police to arrive, 23-year-old officer Kieran Kimbrough responded to the scene. Kimbrough joined APD in March of 2021 and currently has an open complaint for, quote, "sexual misconduct non-criminal," unquote. Johnny Holman, who served as a deacon in his church, called his kids to listen to how the officer was escalating the situation. And then an unknown witness helped this APD officer wrestle 62-year-old Johnny Holman to the ground and put him in handcuffs as the officer used his taser. To quote the Atlanta Community Press Collective, quote, "The children listened for 17 minutes as they drove to the scene of the accident, hearing their father call for help after Officer Kimbrough tased him. When they arrived on scene, they found officers giving chest compressions to their father," unquote. Johnny Holman was then pronounced dead at Grady Hospital. A week after APD killed Holman, another person incarcerated at Fulton County Jail died while being held on $5,000 bond after being denied signature bond for shoplifting less than $500 of goods. The city of Atlanta's own alleged voter suppression has continued. Initially, the Cop City vote referendum hoped to not have to use the extra days granted by the judge and submit the collected signatures on August 21st, with the intention of getting them verified in time to put the Cop City vote on the upcoming November ballot. Come Monday, August 21st, the referendum put out a statement that despite collecting over 100,000 signatures, that they are delaying submitting the petition due to concerns that the city was going to employ voter suppression tactics during the validation process. The statement reads in part, quote, "In recent days, we began to hear from reporters and sources inside City Hall that the city of Atlanta is planning to argue for a higher than previously reported legal minimum signature count for ballot access. More concerning were reports that they also plan to utilize signature match in their verification process, an archaic and widely abandoned tool of voter suppression that has been widely condemned across the political spectrum, including by the Republican-controlled Georgia state legislature," unquote. Signature matching is a subjective form of vote validation, which uses election workers to visually match signatures on a ballot, or in this case a petition, to a previous signature on their driver's license or voter registration card. Hours after the referendum's statement, the city of Atlanta officially announced their intention to use signature matching for the Cop City vote referendum. Back in 2018, a federal judge in Georgia ruled that signature matching did not serve any legitimate interest and disenfranchised black and brown voters disproportionately. For years, the ACLU has advocated against and won multiple court cases against discriminatory signature matching processes. Fair Fight Action, a Georgia-based voting rights organization founded by Stacey Abrams, responded to the news Atlanta would be using signature matching with a statement saying, quote, "Signature matching is a tool of voter suppression litigated extensively in Georgia and removed from the mail-in ballot process because of its harm to voters, resulting in mass disenfranchisement. Using the discredited process of signature matching is unacceptable and risks unfairly rejecting thousands of valid petitions. Signature verification is notoriously subjective, disproportionately impacts voters of color, and is biased against disabled and elderly voters. There is extensive precedent in Georgia showing the harms of this process. It must be relegated to the past. Fair Fight calls on the city of Atlanta to rescind their intent to use this process and to enact steps that fairly evaluate these petitions," unquote. Facing the city of Atlanta's, quote, "open and ongoing hostility to the Cop City vote referendum," the coalition has decided to use the time extension granted by federal judge Mark Cohen to continue collecting signatures to, quote, "leave no doubt as to the will of Atlanta voters," unquote. They now plan to submit petition signatures on September 23rd. The city council will then have 50 days to validate the signatures, which means that if successful, and assuming the city doesn't further interfere, the referendum would get put on the ballot during the March primary election in 2024. The vote being pushed into March adds a few complications. Turnout may skew more Republican, as it's unlikely there will be a Democratic presidential primary, and the vote being 7 months away disrupts the momentum that the campaign has been gaining over the past couple of months. People who signed the petition back in June would have to wait almost a whole year to vote on the ballot. The few extra months does give more time to educate the public about Cop City during the lead up to the election, but that goes both ways, which means that after 2 years of this movement mostly taking form as a ground war over territory, now, for the time being, much of the fight to stop Cop City will change into a PR war in the public sphere. This shift from a physical offense to a metaphysical offense was something that I already felt coming back during the week of action. In terms of like cameras and spectacle, the big feeling I had on the Saturday kickoff rally was like, this just feels like society of the spectacle. Like there's such a
performance.
It was very performative, but it was like almost like with all of the cameras looking at everything all the time, it was like, are people trying to make a facsimile of this movement for the cameras? Like, that has become almost more important, or like it felt that way. Mm-hmm. This is a conversation that people have. Like, is it worth creating moments where we expect the police to lash out violently? Like, is that effective as a propaganda tactic?
Yeah. And that I think comes with losing while looking good.
It does, yeah. That is losing while looking good, but also, I don't think that's nearly as effective as people think it is. I think after 2020, I think people are kind of desensitized to a lot of police violence at protests. Yeah. The visuals of police hurting protesters, I don't think is nearly as impactful as it was even 3 years ago. Yeah. So I think people are also realizing that, and realizing that, hey, the sacrifice inherent in setting up actions where you know that you're probably going to get fucked up by police, that's not worth it. That one, it treats people as like tools, it treats people as disposable, which is, that's not great if you want to build a long-lasting movement. And that's not even very effective. As the public relations battle over the fate of Cop City intensifies in the lead up to the vote, with the city of Atlanta undoubtedly ready to run a full election propaganda campaign, strategies of resistance cannot overlook the physical construction of the facility. Pre-construction has been active and ongoing for a few months now, mostly in the form of tree clearing and land grading. Just a few days ago, the Atlanta Police Foundation updated their construction timeline, saying that they had just began installing a stone base for the main roadway, that irrigation and site lighting is now underway, and full-on construction is set to, quote, begin in the next week or so, unquote. That now may be out of date, but based on the progress being made on the site, it's clear that construction is now imminent. And with the threat of the referendum, the APF will try to get as much built as quickly as possible to help with the pro-Cop City side of election messaging. One of the original goals of the referendum was to try to place an injunction on further construction until the ballot vote, but it's unknown if or when that would happen. In the meantime, activists may take a cue from Earth First, and instead of trying to occupy the site, instead they might find creative ways to make the construction site hard to work on. Also, with the increased element of spectacle placing a lot of extra eyes on pre-announced public demonstrations, more secretive actions may start becoming more common. There's other actions that can happen more covertly, like if you're doing sabotage, where you don't need to invite a camera crew to film you do crimes.
Wise move, not to invite a camera crew when you do crimes.
But no, also, like...
as a rule.
Like, why... That's the other thing, is like so many of these events during these weeks of action are pre-planned. That not only gives media a heads up on, like, we're going to film this, and this is also that's going to change the actions that happen while this is happening, because everyone knows they're being watched. It also gives police a heads up to
shut down the path to entrenchment group.
Yeah.
So I think that comes with the week of action format because of people coming in from out of town. They don't know where to go. If they're not already tied in with the movement, they don't know what exactly to do. So that's another thing that I think could change during future actions that may not be part of the week of action, is more covert, less pre-planned, pre-announced actions that are maybe a little bit more mischievous.
In their recent statement on voter suppression, the referendum also announced, quote, "The coalition will consider using upcoming opportunities for nonviolent direct actions to direct the people's frustration with the city council's obstruction of the democratic process," unquote. Kamau Franklin of Community Movement Builders added, quote, "If the city needs to see a demonstration of the people's commitment to the issue, we're happy to provide one," unquote. Police intentionally denying anarchists operating space by occupying the Wolaani themselves may shift the more liberal side of the movement to now focus on rallies and events around the construction site, which could also inadvertently draw eyeballs away and open up other territory across the city that might be more vulnerable to attack by small groups. To quote the direct action communique claiming responsibility for torching the police motorcade on July 1st, quote, "While signatures are collected, the police are still killing. We cannot wait. If the referendum fails, actions like ours and Boulder will be the only means available," unquote. With construction imminent, subcontractor tensions increasing, and the city of Atlanta gambling with voter suppression, right now the movement really cannot afford to alienate the green anarchists that pioneered the early legitimacy of this movement with bold direct action. The Atlanta Police Foundation is trying to snatch a victory from the jaws of defeat. What happens in the next few months may push Atlanta to a dangerous tipping point. No matter the end point of this particular struggle, victory or defeat cannot be imagined as the end. The fight against Cop City is one large battle in an ongoing war, a war of police militarization, racism, environmental justice, and against the incestuous neoliberal police state in its Leviathan-like formation. Based on what happens here in Atlanta, similar police project proposals will be recalibrated. As the South goes, so goes the nation. Capitalist realism posits that history is over, that it's a literal thing of the past. But it turns out you're living through it right now. So what will you do to create it? You can read more about the fight to stop Cop City at atlpresscollective.com and donate to the Atlanta Solidarity Fund at atlsolidarity.org. See you on the other side.
Hey, we'll be back Monday with more episodes every week from now until the heat death of the universe.
It Could Happen Here is a production of Cool Zone Media. For more podcasts from Cool Zone Media, visit our website, coolzonemedia.com, or check us out on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen to podcasts. You can find sources for It Could Happen Here updated monthly at coolzonemedia.com/sources. Thanks for listening.
Time for a sofa upgrade? Introducing Anabay Sofas, where designer style meets budget-friendly prices. Anabay brings you the ultimate in furniture innovation with a modular design that allows you to rearrange your space effortlessly. Perfect for both small and large spaces, Anabay is the only machine-washable sofa inside and out. Say goodbye to stains and messes with liquid and stain-resistant fabrics that make cleaning easy. Liquid simply slide right off. Designed for custom comfort, our high-resilience foam lets you choose between a sink-in feel or a supportive memory foam blend. Plus, our pet-friendly, stain-resistant fabrics ensure your sofa stays beautiful for years. Don't compromise quality for price. Visit WashableSofas.com to upgrade your living space today. Sofas start at just $699 with no-risk returns and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Get up to 60% off, plus free shipping and free returns. Shop now at WashableSofas.com. Offers are subject to change and certain restrictions may apply.
Pro drivers live for race day, but for small business owners, every day is race day. That's why going pro with Lenovo Pro matters. One-on-one advice, IT solutions, and customized hardware powered by Intel Core Ultra processors keep your business on the right track. Business goes pro with Lenovo Pro. Sign up for free at lenovo.com/pro.
Lenovo.
After the
holidays, your home deserves a reset, not another routine. Right now, get a free Pura Home diffuser when you subscribe to 2 cents for 12 months, risk-free for 30 days. Create calm on your terms. Visit Pura.com.
This is an iHeart podcast. Guaranteed Human.